Tripping on number X, there's somebody missing. Oh, please don't worry, paradigm's along, they're all thinking. A victim of a crime, and I don't realize you make me lie to you, you are leaking. On Palm platform, I realize the devil's playing with me. I wanna be next to you right now. See, I can feel it. Tripping another ex, there's somebody missing. Oh, please don't worry, paradigm's along, they're all leaking. A victim of a crime, and I don't realize you make me lie to you, you are leaking. On all platform, I realize the devil's playing with me. I wanna be next to you right now. See, I can feel it. Let me be straight to you, but I'm breaking to pieces. More and more, I think I'm losing my mind, I'm spinning in the ring of my own way, hiding. Each day comes to an end, but I can't find the ecstasy. Living in my evil makeup. Oh, I don't even trust myself. Still now I'm bleeding red. See you deep in your soul. Another ex, there's somebody missing. Oh, please don't worry, paradigm's along, they're all leaking. A victim of a crime, and I don't realize you make me lie to you, you are leaking. On all platform, I realize the devil's playing with me. I wanna be next to you right now. See, I can feel it. Let me be straight to you, but I'm breaking to pieces. More and more, I think I'm losing my mind, I'm spinning in the ring of my own way, hiding. Each day comes to an end, but I can't find the ecstasy. Living in my evil makeup. Oh, I don't even trust myself. Still now I'm bleeding red. See you deep in your soul. Another ex, there's somebody missing. Oh, please don't worry, paradigm's along, they're all leaking. A victim of a crime, and I don't realize you make me lie to you, you are leaking. On all platform, I realize the devil's playing with me. I wanna be next to you right now. See, I can feel it. Let me be straight to you, but I'm breaking to pieces. More and more, I think I'm losing my mind, I'm spinning in the ring of my own way, hiding. Each day comes to an end, but I can't find the ecstasy. Living in my evil makeup. Oh, I don't even trust myself. Still now I'm bleeding red. See you deep in your soul. I wanna be next to you right now. See, I can feel it. Let me be straight to you, but I'm breaking to pieces. More and more, I think I'm losing my mind, I'm spinning in the ring of my own way, hiding. Each day comes to an end, but I can't find the ecstasy. Living in my evil makeup. Oh, I don't even trust myself. Still now I'm bleeding red. See you deep in your soul. Another ex, there's somebody missing. Oh, please don't worry, paradigm's along, they're all leaking. A victim of a crime, and I don't realize you make me lie to you, you are leaking. On all platform, I realize the devil's playing with me. I wanna be next to you right now. See, I can feel it.
Thomas Jur, super chatted $5.88. You could always lift weights, be nicer to women and we support Palestine, Ethan. Nas.
More and more, I think I'm losing my mind, I'm spinning in the ring of my own way, hiding. Each day comes to an end, but I can't find the ecstasy. Living in my evil makeup. Oh, I don't even trust myself. Still
What's going on, everybody? Hope everybody's having a good morning, evening, afternoon, whatever it is in your time zone. It is Sunday, April 27th, 2025. We are live and alive, although I'm kind of tired, to be honest. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there. All my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real. Synthetic lifeform streamer who's staying up way too late to hang out with my friend who's moving back to the United States. God damn it. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to get right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous, singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Chat, if I can't remember my spiel, I might as well just adopt somebody else's spiel. And you know who's great at spiels? This guy. This guy. Mialo S. Squarob. Oh, I'm sorry, William S. Burroughs. Yeah, that's right. This guy. This guy had the spiels. Let's see if I can read one of his, okay? Here, let me turn down our music. Just a bit. Ooh. That's the sweet spot right there. I can feel the heat closing in. Feel them out there making their moves, you dig? Setting up their devil doll stool pigeons, crooning over my spoon and my dropper I throw away at Washington Square Station. Vault a turnstile and 2 flights down the iron stairs. Catch an uptown, a train. Young, good-looking, crew-cut, Ivy League advertising exec type fruit holds the door back for me. I am evidently his idea of a character. You know the type. Comes on with bartenders and cab drivers, talking about right hooks and the Dodgers. Calls the counterman in Netix by his first name. A real asshole. And right on time, this narcotic dick in a white trench coat, imagine tailing somebody in a white trench coat, trying to pass for an F-slur, I guess, hit the platform. I can hear the way he would say it, holding my outfit with his left hand, right hand on his piece. I think you dropped something, fella. But the subway is moving. So long, Flatfoot, I yell, giving the fruit his B production. I look into the fruit's eyes, take in the white teeth, the Florida tan, the $200 sharkskin suit, the button-down Brooke Brothers shirt, and carrying the news as a prop. Only thing I read is Little Abner. A square wants to come on hip. Talks about his pod and smoke it now and then. Keeps some around to offer the fast Hollywood types. Thanks, kid, I said. I can see you're one of our own. His face lights up like a pinball machine, with stupid pink affect. Grassed on me, he did, I said morosely. No, grass is an English thief slang for inform. I drew closer and laid my dirty, junky fingers on his shark skin sleeve. And us blood brothers in the same dirty needle. I can tell you in confidence, he is due for a hot shot. Note, this is a cap of poison junk sold to an addict for liquidation purposes, often given to informers. Usually the hot shot is strychnine, since it tastes and looks just like junk. God damn. Okay, well, problematic. Just a little bit problematic, don't you think, chat? William S. Burroughs. Wait, what? Yeah, you got in just no. Dr. Benway mentioned would not recommend. Dr. Benway's later I passed for an F slur, says Joshua Keller. Yeah, it's so weird. It's so weird how gay and homophobic Burroughs was at the same time. And in a weird way too. Like he would talk about like he would I think he would call himself queer. But he would be like kind of hostile towards the gay movement, cuz like gay means happy, and he viewed it as almost like an assimilation, right? To be queer was to be an outlaw. To be queer was to spit in society's face. And Burroughs did not want to be he did not want to be made acceptable in any way. But yeah, for with all that, internalized homophobia and everything, he was it's a lot of no mugwump sodomy, no fun. Well, that's the movie, Thomas. Oh wait, no, actually, is that in this book? The mugwump scene is, I can't remember. I guess this is in Naked Lunch, right? I can never remember between Mugwump. I almost said Mugwump Express, Nova Express, and Naked Lunch. I think Corso was gayer though. He didn't kill his wife while playing drunken William Tell. Yes. Yeah. And that's a whole thing. Like, as far as the question, see, so what Miss Beans just said is, didn't he kill his wife while playing drunken William Tell, or did I misremember? That part we know. All right. The part we don't know is whether this was a murder or not. Right. And you got the motive in that Burroughs is, a queer man, married to a woman for, I guess, appearance purposes. All right. And when I say that we don't know, I'm not sure if Burroughs himself knew. Right, there's some writing in Burroughs where, it implies that he feels a guilt for the death of his wife, where he's like not sure, like, did I do it on purpose? Yeah, so really, when I say problematic, when I say a complicated historical figure, this is what I mean. You can always do for a mix-up of your spiel? Yeah, I guess so. When I'm so tired that I'm not making sense. But yeah, like, I can't tell, chat. What do we got here? I love the Madonna glove. I'm trying to show you a purple liquid. When I look at it through the light, I see purple. I think you're still seeing blue. Like, it's funny because I've been watching it in real life, and I've been watching it on the stream. In the stream, I saw no color change, right? It started out blue, it's still blue. Maybe there's a little bit of purple. Not really, right? But when I look at it, like, with the light on the other side of it, I definitely see a color change. So, I don't know. It looks really cool. I'm just trying to, I'm trying to do the science experiment part of it, because otherwise I just look like a lush, right? What does this look like, chat? What kind of IRL drinky poo does this look like? Because I'm not a drinky pooer. Oh, my purple nails make it look more blue. Yeah, since it's giving you an example of a deeper purple right next. It looks like Windex. Oh, geez. Wait, is that... I'm all like, wait a minute, is that the name of a drink? I know what Windex is, right? But I'm just, like, now I'm wondering, is it also a drink? Yo, Timbo, thank you for the follow over on Twitch. It's not a drink. Okay, there's no drink called Windex. See, like, you could tell me that there's a drink called waste oil, right? You could tell me that. And I'd be like, okay. Maybe it looks like waste oil. I don't know. Like, right, you could tell me anything. You could tell me there's a drink called, like, Giardia. And I'd be like, maybe there is. Maybe Ethan got a drink named after him. Oh my god, chat, are we talking about Ethan again? Yes, we're talking about Ethan again. This guy doesn't take weekends off. And neither do I guess. I don't know. It's not the it's not the weekend for me anymore. It's actually Monday morning, but which is weird because it is the weekend for you. If they make hypnotic is a type of drink. I don't know enough about. Wait, there's, what was it called? I have seen a drink like this. I think it's called a Blue Orchid, chat. Anybody ever heard of this? It's a pretty strong drink. It's like, you know, I feel like it's in the vein of like a Long Island iced tea in that it has a lot of different alcohols and its purpose is to get you wasted, right? And it's called a Blue Orchid. Am I remembering this right? Anybody know what I'm talking about? Blue Orchid? I feel like there's a drink that looks like this. But yeah, this is not nearly as fun. Chat, even though it's still the weekend for you, it's still Sunday night for you. It is Monday morning for me, so I am supposed to be awake. I stayed out a little bit later last night to hang out with my friend. My friend, who is the reason that I'm here in Thailand in the first place. I mean, I wanted to move, but he's like the impetus, right? You know, I was talking about moving ever since Trump won the election. I was like on stream going over the results, watching Steve Kornacki, realizing very quickly that we are in for another 4 years of Trump, and also realizing that I don't want to be in the United States for that. I don't want anything to do with another 4 years of Trump, right? And so, like, you know, I go through November, December, January, each month telling myself, like, okay, next month, I'm going to set aside some money, I'm going to get a passport, and I'm going to get my plane ticket, right? And every single month, I'm be like, I need that for rent, I need that to pay the power bill, I need that to pay the internet bill, right? And it just like, and then my friend is like, hey, I'm actually going to Thailand, and I need some help because I want to do a YouTube channel there. And I'm just kind of like, whoa, this, you know, like it's literally only because of him that he covered my hotel room, chat. And that was literally the reason that I was able to make it work financially. Yeah, hurry up forward to the sodomy and mugwumps. No mugwump sodomy equals no fun. So yeah, chat, this is The Naked Lunch by William S. Burroughs. This book was like banned from like multiple libraries, right? This book was like, you know, the I don't know. I'm trying to whatever media that they tried to ban in your childhood, right? Whatever musician or album or you know, that people thought was like contributing to the degeneracy of the youth in your time. This is Naked Lunch was that book. And yeah, it does have scenes of you know, dudes getting railed by mugwumps on a gallows. Is that right? Is that how it happens? They go up the gallows and the mugwump is like railing them as they're like dying. Anyway, this is just the kind of psychosexual stew that Burroughs would put his audience into, you know, every time you read him. And, you know, I'm surprised this even took off in the 50s. I'm surprised people didn't just be like, ew. It only counts if it tastes purple. Let me see, because I need something, Chad. I'm like, looks the same color as my nails. Huh. It kind of does. Wait a minute. Now it's purple. Is it purple? It's almost the same color. I still see a little bit more blue in the liquid and a little bit more purple in the nails. That's some funny looking cobra blood? Really? Near the camera, it looks blue. Near me, it looks purple. Wait, let me try that again. If I take it over here. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Kind of. I don't know if it's the lighting that changes it, but either way, chat, I gotta wake the fuck up because we gotta talk about Ethan's latest crash out. Blue Hawaiian or blue Curacoa. Curacoa. Curacao. Blue Curacao. If they made hypnotic darker, I mean, you can drink it if you wanted to, but it's not recommended. Windex, okay. Yeah, I would not recommend that either. It might help with weight loss, right? Thanks. So glad you stream at the perfect time for me, middle of the night on night shifts. Yeah, well, I mean, like, I'm supposed to be on earlier, and what happens is that, like, I kind of need to make food before I start streaming, and for me now, like, I mean, I'm eating really well, but it's taking me forever to make my food because, like, I'm making it from scratch, chat, you know, like, I don't know, like, I'm doing fried rice, which I feel like is pretty low effort, pretty easy to do, but if you do it, like, the right way, then you're crushing your garlic, chopping your onions, chopping your garlic, cutting your ginger, cutting your hot peppers, cutting some lemongrass, and then, you know, throwing in the tofu, throwing in the mushrooms, throwing in the baby corn, and then you start to, you know, go for vegetables. And for me this morning, it was, wait, I gotta figure out what this stuff is called. Okay, it's called Kaom or Chaom, tropical herb of the acacia family, often used in Southeast Asian and Thai cooking for its unique, slightly bitter, distinctive taste. Known for its feathery... Yeah, so if you look at stuff Kaom or Chaom, acacia leaves, you'll see mostly, I guess, omelet recipes are like the most common. People put this in an omelet. Traditional Thai herb known for its health benefits, such as containing high levels of antioxidants and aiding in digestion. Wow. Cha Om. Acacia pinnata is the name of this, and I don't think there's like a common name that's not like in a Southeast Asian language, right? I think all the common names, because this is a Southeast Asian plant, are going to be in Thai, Cambodian, Laotian, or Vietnamese. Tropical member of the acacia family, Acacia pinnata, native to mainland Southeast Asia, and is a well-loved herby vegetable among Thais, Cambodians, and Laotians. The parts that were eaten are the ferny young leaf shoots and the tender tips before the stems turn tough and thorny. Yeah, that's the thing, is sometimes when you order this in a restaurant, you'll get a little bit of thorns, right? They're cooked thorns, so they're probably not going to hurt you. But, like, you know, it's weird to, like, kind of, like, feel, like, thorns in your mouth and be like, what am I eating? It has a particular fragrance that may seem unpleasant at first to the unaccustomed, but when it's cooked up, it's so tasty that most people can't stop eating it, and the aroma is just part of the package. That's like a lot of food in Thailand, right? People can say that about durian. A lot of people really hate the way that durian smells, and some people can't stand the taste, but it's kind of like once you get some good durian, you start to not notice the smell as much, right? You don't care. This happens whenever cha om is cooked up in my cooking class. Here, let me show you what I'm talking about, chat. Okay. This is what we're talking about. This is Acacia Pinnata, aka Cha Om, and this was my breakfast. Along with this Morning Glory, right? I think this is just like the plant. I think this is like the Morning Glory used for this dish is Ipomoe aquatica. Water Morning Glory or water spinach. Okay, wow, this is all coming together now, chat. This is water spinach. All right. It's very popular in Southeast Asian countries as a side or main dish. In most states of the U.S., it is prohibited to cultivate since it is regarded as a pest, but in Texas, it is allowed to be grown for personal consumption due to its undeniable culinary potential. This is nothing to worry about since the consumption is not illegal. Water Morning Glory is now available. Why do they make it sound like a controlled substance in the U.S.? Water Morning Glory. Okay, so not just Morning Glory, probably not the Morning Glory that you're used to seeing as a flower, as a decorative plant in the United States, because like, what did they say? In most states in the U.S., it is prohibited to cultivate since it is regarded as a pest, right? So like it's an invasive species, I guess. There it is. And you can eat the stem part, you know, pretty far down the stem part too. Oh yeah, here's something that I noticed about, I think this is a characteristic of authentic Thai cooking, is that a lot of the sauces are made in with a mortar and pestle, right? Like, you know, you're gonna get garlic and chili and ginger and stuff like that, and you're gonna crush it up with a pestle. Some people will just like make a whole sauce in this mortar. I guess this is the mortar, that's the pestle. But you know, as far as what you're doing there, like I think you could kind of achieve the same thing in a blender, which I now have. Yeah, like I told you, chat, my friend, who is the whole reason that I'm here in Thailand in the first place, right? I mean, I wanted to move to Thailand, but it was one of those things that I kept on putting off until he said he was going and that he might have a job for me, which I don't know. I mean, I may be still working on that. He's moving back to the US though, because he's got, you know, got to take care of family, and he has a cat that's really sick. So, you know, it's understandable, but now I'm out here alone, but with his expensive blender. Yeah, I don't know. I would, it's just so weird. But yeah, a blender, a rice cooker, a whole bunch of stuff that I would just never buy myself, or like a fancy rice cooker. You know what I mean, chat? Like this is like an actual, like it's one of these dealies. Here, look, you could catch like Demon King Piccolo in one of these, right? Anyway, yeah, I mean, I guess I'm glad to have more stuff for the house, but kind of gonna miss him. No, please, no Giardia mention. I just picked up my lunch. A blue booby? Is that another name for another blue drink? Giardia is a drink. It's Jägermeister, dirt, and milk? Damn. Blue Lagoon. So you got to tell me, when you tell me the drinks, tell me what's in them too, because I literally don't know what things are. Just put together Mountain Blue, Shock, and Tequila. Okay, okay. Blue Curacao. Hey, what's up, D-Boy? Chambord is kind of purple, and Chambord is cranberry juice, rum, vodka, and a splash of fresh orange. Freaking tasty. Naked Lunch walked. So Captain Underpants could run? Wait, how do I not know what Captain Underpants is? I love Burroughs, says Omega Star. Excuse me, what is happening? It's probably while I was reading William S. Burroughs. They just like, it just happens to be, chat. It happens to be that this book was like, I have a bookshelf, right, of just some random books on there. A lot of stuff that I've never seen before. Some of the stuff that's about like building wealth and stuff that doesn't really pertain to me. I'm trying to shrink debt right now, not build wealth. But yeah, amongst the shelves over there was 2 books of the Dune series by Frank Herbert and 1 William S. Burroughs book. And it's just funny that this book is this book received a cinematic treatment by one David Cronenberg. Anybody know Cronenberg? If you don't know Cronenberg as a director, you might know Cronenberg as a reference, right? He's a reference for Rick and Morty when they go to a version of the world that everyone's mutated. They say that the world is Cronenberged, right? They use his name as a verb. And the reason that they say that is because David Cronenberg is like a pioneer of the body horror genre. He made The Fly, obviously Naked Lunch. I'm trying to think of all of his movies, but there's a lot of like body horror elements in his movies. And so Cronenberg makes this book into a movie, and rather than, if you read this book, it's disjointed. Burroughs was on a lot of substance, one particular substance in particular, I think, when he wrote this book, and a lot of it, it just doesn't make sense. It's non sequitur. It's like one scene of, that sounds like, Burroughs talking about walking around New York City and worried that a random person is a narcotics agent or something like that, and then the next scene is like some phantasmagoria of people fucking mugwumps. But anyway, so you can't make this into a film, right? This just does not lend itself to being a movie. But what Cronenberg did was he combined elements of this book, the story in this book, the scenes from this book, with the life of William S. Burroughs, including elements such as his ill-fated William Tell incident, in which his wife lost her life, and he flees to Mexico, right, out of fear that he will be charged with murder. It was, from all accounts of people that were there, a drunken accident, but even he does not seem to entirely know what happened that night. But so Cronenberg creates this fever dream, really, of reality of William S. Burroughs, in a strange orgy with Kerouac and Ginsberg and his wife, and then the William Tell incident in which she is shot, and then him fleeing to, I guess, what would have been Tangiers, right? At the time, Tangiers was, for some reason, like, there was less of a fear of him being, taken out, being, what do you call it when you get, the government comes and gets you in another country? Better writer than Marilyn Manson, though. Actually, a friend of David Bowie, Howl was banned also by, Howl by Allen Ginsberg was also banned, another beat. And Ethan Klein calls himself crazy. I know, right? I've seen the best minds of my generation destroyed by madness. It gets purpler as it gets away from RGB lighting. Wait, there's no RGB lighting in the background, though, today. I mean, today is just, like, a little sunlight, a little ring light. Anyway, the point about like the Cronenberg version of Naked Lunch is that he's escaping from the United States to live in a country where extradited. Yeah, live in a country where he can't be extradited because of this drunken incident, which looks a lot like murder, possibly, and definitely would have prompted an investigation if nothing else, right? And just like he's he's living the expat life, chat, is what I guess the connection there. It's actually very different than my situation when I think about it. I didn't William tell anyone to death, and I'm running running from the political situation in the United States, not from any sort of a charge or anything like that. Had a blue tongue in the backyard with a coloring on its liquor. Wait, a blue tongue? Got a red wine tongue. It's 6:50 a.m. here in Berlin. Perfect timing for me now. Curacao? Oh, wow. Okay, thank you, Tajium. Curacao is the name of that drink that I've apparently been pronounced. See, this is the thing, chat. I don't know anything about alcohol. I'm like super innocent when it comes to some shit like this, right? Like just uncannily innocent when it comes to knowing about booze and drinky poos. Maybe a delicious throw everything. Oh, lentil soup for today. Hey, good idea. I need to get some beans. Something. Yeah, I've just been making smoothies and eating fruit. Yeah, that's the thing. So chat, like, yeah, I'm hanging out with my friend, the guy that just gave me this awesome blender, and it's just stuff that he bought for his apartment before leaving and forfeiting his security deposit. And I guess, if you got a sick dad and a sick cat, you got to go home and take care of that. So that's the situation he's in. So like he's leaving today, chat. He's leaving. I didn't even know. I knew he was leaving this week, but apparently it's today. So, he wanted to hang out last night, and we went out and got food. It turned out that like I couldn't eat anything there because it was all just like, it was all meat. Everything was a meat. It's like, what does Trump say? Everything is computer. Everything is meat. Everything was meat there, right? Like everything had meat in it. And so I just ordered like a juice. And I just ended up eating like a fruit dinner last night, but I stayed out way too late. That's why I'm up late this morning. That's why I'm kind of tired and trying to get my ass woken up before I start going over Ethan's latest crash out, which has to do with Hassan Piker making an appearance, being covered in the New York Times. Dane Vera says you can cut the veggies on, cut up all the veggies. Oh, this is a good idea. Cut up all the veggies on your day off and place them in Tupperwares. That's what I should do. I should make I should get a whole bunch of garlic, crush it up, cut it up, be like, here's my garlic. Cause he gave me Tupperwares, Dane Vera. My friend gave me It's so weird. It's so bittersweet. I'm like, hey, I got this cool blender. But the reason I have this blender is that my friend is not going to be like, the whole thing was I was moving out here to be, like I specifically moved to the neighborhood that he was staying in and shit. And we had all these plans. I got a selfie stick, chat. I got a selfie stick. Look at this thing. Right? You put your phone right here and then extend the rod and you can film yourself, in public situations, I guess, and control the camera or control the phone with this thing right here. I was all ready. And so it's kind of sad. I mean, I'll be okay, chat. I'm just alone in a foreign country. Don't worry about me. Lentil and sweet potato patties go hard with tahini yogurt sauce. Yeah, that does sound good. I can't cook lentils without thinking of Neil from The Young Ones. Yo. What's that one guy's name that was the landlord? And he was like a famous comic? Alexi something. Alexi Sales. Rave says being broke has really upped my food prep game a lot. Lentils, veggies from the garden, whatever's in the fridge. Nice. I'm glad you can have a garden. That's very helpful. Yeah, and whoever was saying about Tupperwares, yeah, I should do that. That will make things a lot easier if I can just cut my shallots. Yeah, I'm not finding onions here, Chad. I'm finding shallots. Everything is a shallot. So yeah, I'm if I can do that stuff, like, prep the onions, garlic, and ginger, I think that'll save a lot of time. Or maybe just try to, I don't know. We're talking about nettles? Not exactly, Charlie. They do, yeah, we're talking about Acacia pinnata, right? Is the plant that I was talking about earlier that has thorns on it. It doesn't, now nettles are like, oh my God, nettles are like a whole nother thing. You did it? Wait, what did you do, Buffy? You changed the stream title. Buffy, you are a genius. You are a fucking Omega genius. Wait, is Omega good or bad? Whatever the good one is. Sigma genius, I don't know. Wait, is Sigma good? What the Sigma, chat? What the Sigma? Ginsburg was a member of NAMBLA. Jesus Christ. Did not know that. Wow, that puts a whole nother spin on the life of the little elements of the life of Allen Ginsberg that I know about. A Phi genius? Or a Psi genius? Yeah, there's so many Greek letters out there that you could be a genius of. But yeah, Buffy, that's super helpful. So yeah, what Buffy did was over on Twitch. So here's the deal, chat. For whatever reason, my software is not working to change the stream title. So it's just defaulting to the stream title from yesterday. And that's not good. And I changed it on YouTube, but I hadn't changed it on Twitch. Buffy must have seen this on Twitch and it bothered. As it bothers, me, but Buffy was like, that's not right. That's not right. So Buffy has actually changed the stream title, and because you have Supermod. You have Supermod. I need to make more Supermods, by the way, over on Twitch, so people will have the ability to change the stream title, even change the game if we end up playing a different game or changing topics, changing whatever. You're so hungry? Yeah, see, I was like, that's what I was when I woke up this morning, because I'd only had, like, chat yesterday, the entire, all that I ate breakfast, which, I ate a pretty good breakfast. It was fried rice for breakfast, but then I had nothing for dinner except for fruit. I just had fruit, which is, I guess it's okay. I mean, they've got lots of fruit over here, and it's really good, and I ate a whole bunch. I ate a whole mango, piece of a nice chunk of dragon fruit and some passion fruit, which I'm really digging the passion fruit. It's super sour, but it's so good. And then got a little bit of watermelon and strawberry. I thought Durian was a Twilight character. Wait, is there a Twilight character whose name is somewhat similar to Durian? What am I thinking of? Who am I thinking of? But anyway, yeah, durian. I've gotten a little bit of durian since I've been here. I have had durian while I was here, but chat, it was expensive. It was expensive. Yeah, I got a tiny durian that had like 2 segments, right? So like there's like a big old spiny fruit. Like it's like an evil pine cone. If you've ever, if you can imagine a pine cone, if it was like 20 pounds heavy, and if it was full of like large spikes, right? That's a durian, right? And then you open it up, and you pull out these little they look like embryos or something, right? It's just like it looks like egg yolk, an egg yolk embryo attached to a seed, and you suck the embryo off the seed. This is getting gross, chat. I swear to God, it's actually delicious food. But anyway, it's overpriced. It's overpriced. I guess people really like durian. There's a premium on durians. Like Thailand exports a lot of durians to China and to different countries around the world. And the durian that's left over here is rather expensive compared to everything else. It's like, $6 for 2 little bites of durian. Just like, I don't know. I'm not going to be eating that much of it. We call it climbing waddle. Oh, Acacia pinnata, you call it climbing waddle? There's durian in Skyrim. Acacia tree. Is it the same as a tree, though? This is, yeah, Ipomoe, Aquatica. What's the story? Oh, I got it. What's the story? Morning Glory. Somebody was telling me that. I've heard of the album. It's by Oasis, right? I haven't ever heard the song. Apparently there's a song, Om Embryos. What? I wasn't impressed with the one durian I tried. Cha Om is illegal here? Really? Are you serious? Wait, why would Cha Om be illegal? I want to know more. Corn chowder, roast that corn. It's a biosecurity risk if it gets onto the property. What? Biosecurity? Wait, so it's bad for the... It's like invasive? Is that the deal, Rave? I'm so far behind. I want to know about this now. Water spinach is so hard to find in the US. It grows like crazy. Wait, what? It's hard to find? It grows like crazy. It can even grow in some dirty-ass water. Choked out waterways. I'm 20% controlled substance. That's what I'd like to be right now. It's pronounced pestle. Pestle. So it's a mortar and pestle. And the pestle is... It's not pestle, it's pestle. If you can find any fermented soy paste or tofu, you can throw them in some coconut water or coconut milk and make a sauce out of it. Boil some water spinach. Really common meal. That sounds like a very quick meal. Yeah, no, I'm gonna do that. Fermented soy paste. So we were talking about like miso, or fermented tofu. So we were talking about like a tofu sauce there, right? I haven't seen the tofu thing. I've definitely experimented with miso. Throw that, yeah, so that's the salty part, right? That's fermented soy paste. It's salty. Throw them in some water with coca, and it also has a little bit of protein too. Okay, throw them in with some water or coconut milk if you have it to make a sauce. Boil the water spinach. It's kind of similar to how I'm cooking it, except what I'm doing is essentially making fried rice and then adding the water spinach as a vegetable ingredient in it. Gotta be quick with the mandolin, both stringed and bladed varieties. Okay, be quick with that mandolin, Tajium. Don't be quick with the cooking, the culinary mandolin you do not want to be quick with. You want to be very decisive and methodical, because that... Anybody ever cooked with a mandolin or chopped food, prepared food with a mandolin? Okay, mandolins are super convenient, super great to have around, but holy shit, if you are not careful, you're going to get cut up. That mandolin is fucking ruthless. One mistake and you will injure yourself in a bad way. The T in pestle is silent. Hun? Okay, anyway, I'll let that go. Chambord is a raspberry-based liquor. Captain Underpants shaped my childhood development. Wait, what the fuck is Captain Underpants? It sounds familiar. Cronenberg is great. It just occurred to me Ethan Klein is the last well-read English major I've come across. What? Least well-read. Yes, that makes sense. Videodrome. Oh, I gotta see that. I don't drink anymore, but y'all are making me miss it. Hey, I'm not drinking. I'm having a very, like, it looks very exciting and it's in a wine glass, right? So it looks like I'm living it up here, but no, this is just a butterfly pea blossom and some coconut water and lime. He did Scanners. That's a body horror one too, right? You read the story about Hassan Piker in the New York Times, says General Public. It was amazing how it was positive and didn't quote his wacko detractors, Ethan and Epstein. Yeah, I mean, they weren't completely glazing him up, but it was pretty damn positive. I agree with you, General Public, and welcome to the stream. Cronenberg had a new movie out about grief after his wife passed away. I wasn't aware of that. Oh my gosh. We listened to a lecture from Timothy Leary when I was in college. Wait, they brought him in? Or they, or just like a recorded extradited. Yeah, you got it. It's called being extradited. Yeah, chat knows this. I gotta get back. I'm so far. I'm probably, am I like 15 minutes behind? I'm like 15 minutes behind. I'm gonna scroll fast, chat. I know you hate it when I get like obsessed with reading all of chat. Ethan can't sue NCC now that she's in Thailand. I don't know. Alexi Sales, yes. Alexi Sale. Great comedian from the UK. And I think did he write? No, it was the guy that played Rick that wrote the Young Ones, I think. you will have shallots and leeks. Ooh, I gotta get leeks. Wait, are they leeks here? Like, wait, I was on. Okay, so somebody check this for me. Okay, I think that if you ever see like Hatsune Miku, for instance, the famous Vocaloid, she carries a leek. You'll often see her with a leek, right? I think there's a Bleach meme with Orihime holding a leek or spinning it or something. She goes and gets leeks. But my understanding, though, is that we call that a leek. It looks like a leek, but that's actually an onion, right? That's not the same. Like in the United States, you'll get leeks, and they're like a very specific type of, it's like related to an onion, right? But it's very rubbery, right? And I think, if I'm not mistaken, what Hatsune Miku holds is not the same vegetable as that. But you'll have to check that for me. Because I like leeks, and I like, what would it be, like a spring onion or something? I feel like it's a different kind of onion, though. It's not a spring onion. You could find that in the US. It kind of looks like a leek, but there's another vegetable in Japan that's really big. Food prep and having Tupperware is essential if you don't have a lot of money. Well, I didn't have money to buy the Tupperware, but now thanks to my friend giving me his Tupperware, I guess I do. I'm tempted to show you. I want to reach over and... Can I reach it? Let's see. Chat, I know you care about the slice of life stuff. We're doing slice of life today, okay? It's a slice of life episode. Oh my god, I can't... Let me try to grab it. Wait, where did I put it? Oh, it's up here? No.
So real, the way you make me feel in your eyes, the way to hide your sweet eyes.
Okay, so here's what I'm working with, right? It's yeah, it's Tupperware. And it's all plastic. Some people like to get the fancy Tupperware where this part is glass. That breaks easier. But I got the, it's fully plastic Tupperware. Lock and Lock, I think, is the brand. And yeah, I'll definitely be trying to meal prep with that. Thailand and a blender? Sounds like White Lotus. I haven't seen any White Lotus yet. I haven't seen, but peanut butter isn't as strong with protein content, but it's vegan. Wait. Peanut butter is not as strong as what, Tajium? I use both. Oh, we're talking about, oh, peanut powder. Yeah, peanut. So had anybody ever tried this stuff? Peanut powder. Sometimes it's sold as like peanut protein powder. Like PB2, I think, was a brand that I used to use. I don't know if that's still around. I haven't seen PB2 in forever. I'm putting a little amla in my drink here, chat. Amla powder. Indian gooseberry. It's good stuff. But yeah, we're doing a little slice of life today. Oh, actually, we got to get to the Ethan Klein stuff, though. I'm edging you way too long. I'm taking way too long here. I'm gonna mix this a little bit. But yeah, amla's all over the place here. Thailand and a blender sounds like White Lotus. I don't know what happens with a blender. Acacia, not Akasha like the Akashics records. Yeah, a little different than the Akashic records, general public, but I love the reference. There is roast bean powder. Speaking of roast beans, the one thing that I haven't found here, and look, I'm not complaining. All right, for the record, I'm not complaining. I love coffee. I'm a coffee head back in the US. I always had, my coffee, which I would get as beans, and my grinder. And that's, every single day, wake up, grind the coffee, make a pot in the French press and drink it. That's how you start your day, right? I've gotten off of that because I can't find it. We like all the coffee I see here is instant. Everybody's drinking instant coffee, and I haven't even found just a coffee bean, just a bag of beans. I kind of want to find it, but I feel like if I do find it, it'll be like really expensive. There's probably a reason. The supermod thing sounds cool. Being able to change the stream title on Twitch, that never used to exist before. Damn. Ginsburg joined NAMBLA for some dumb free speech reason. Damn. Yeah, passion fruit is great. It's called maracuja in a lot of language. Am I pronouncing it right? Maracuja. Don't tell him. Don't let him show his slam poetry to children. Oh no. Irene, you need to stop eating fruits. We're people too. Well, yeah, not according to Burroughs though. God, Burroughs was downright negative to fruit. The fruit. I mean, he called the guy that he thought was a narcotics agent tailing him. He called him a fruit, which is 50s slang for a homosexual, I suppose. I thought durian was a fictional fruit in Zelda. Really? Oh, durian do smell weird. Yeah. Om nom embryos. Wait, I gotta catch up. Maybe Irene read some interesting Twilight fanfic. I don't know. Somebody mentioned Twilight. Another fruit you should try is Rafflesia. It's the most disgusting smelly flower. I hope it's not like, wait, disgusting. When you say disgusting smelling flower, you make me think of Datura. I said mandolin, not mangolin. Whatever. Oh, wow. That's actually very, is it, it's not changing the color though. The amla berry is extremely sour, but it's not changing the color at all. Some kind of over fermented soy thing where you go in Asia, flavorful fermented products. Okay, I'll have to look into that. I'm sure that exists. I think the court jester and the vessel with the pestle has the brew that is true. Captain Underpants. I remember that at the book fairs as a child. That sounds vaguely familiar. I don't think I would have. I feel like my parents were like anti-book fair. Like they hated the book fair because it was literally like, I feel like it was just made to like get money out of parents, right? You know, the teacher, you know what I'm talking about? Check the book fair. Like the teacher hands out like brochure of all these books that are going to be available for purchase at the book fair. And then you as a kid, you look at it and you're like, oh, this one looks really cool. This looks really oh, Captain Underpants or whatever, right? And you bug your parents and you're like, please, can I get the Captain Underpants? I need the Captain Underpants. I need to know what happens to Captain Underpants. And, you know, if your parents, maybe some of your parents relented, my parents held strong. They were not going to lose any money to the book fair, right? So they were like, no. If you want leaks, just catch a Farfetch'd. Each of these Pokemon carries a leak. Yeah. Isn't there some grim, dark thing where they get cooked with their own leak? Or Hime from Bleach also has leaks too. Thailand white leaks? Isn't a leek an onion holding from a Japanese folktale? I don't know, Frown Chad. Somebody... The Pokemon Farfetch'd holds one too? Okay, so this is a thing. Oh my god. What's up, V? Tupperware party, that's right. Protein from peanuts aren't as bioavailable or easy to absorb as meat or eggs. I've heard about that bioavailability thing for other protein containing, you know, fruits and veg. And honestly, 218, there are so many things in, you know, the Western world that I would worry about having a deficiency in before protein. Like, it's just because protein is the one, you got your fats, right? Those got demonized in the 80s. Everybody's fat is evil, right? And then carbs get demonized in the 2000s, right? Everybody's like, no, actually saturated fats are really good for you, right? It's just the one macronutrient that hasn't been demonized is protein. So people tend to like hold on to that. Also, its association with the idea of gains, the specter of gaining skeletal muscle, right? Is pretty, deep in the mythology. But yeah, whether or not peanut protein is specifically bioavailable or not, you can easily get more than your daily needs of protein from plant foods, right? And people do talk about like the bioavailability of protein. The whole thing about like getting it from meat or eggs, assuming that the bioavailability is greater, is it's like, okay, so cool, you're gonna get some more protein, which your body will turn into glucose through a process called gluconeogenesis, which is what happens when you eat excess protein. What is excess protein? I think what is it? Anything in excess of 2.2 grams of protein per kilogram of body weight. So however many kilos you weigh, multiply that by, I think it's 2.2, and that's your daily protein requirements. And you're going to find that it's not that high. Sometimes when people do lifting or any kind of, real arduous physical exertion, they theoretically could need a little bit more, but the kind of like 200 300 grams of protein a day that Hasan is eating and other active people like him is probably overkill. Legumes have high protein bioavailability. I feel like I've heard people say that I feel like I've heard people try to make an argument that plant foods don't have very available. Snake fruit is awesome, as are rambutans. I haven't tried snake fruit. I've tried rambutan. Rotting flesh flower? Wait, what are we talking about? Oh, dragon fruit. Yeah, really good stuff. Book fairs were the best. OVC mind setting, the millennial children. Wait, did anybody get, what are they called? Anybody do book fairs and have those Animorphs books? I got a cool Lamborghini poster at a book fair? Damn. I love the book fair. Well, my parents would try to, yeah, Animorphs, that's right, Animorphs books. That I remember. I hated book fair because it was like, no, you can get free book. That's what my parents were like. That's what they were like. Why do you need to buy a book? Why do you need, you want a book? You like the book? We'll check it out from the library. And we call the library doesn't have it yet. Okay. Well, you'll wait for it. You'll wait till the library does have it. Looking at all the things my parents would not let me get is the best part. Whatever happened to Captain Underpants? Good question. Leak Spin is the great OG Flash meme. That's the one with Orihime, right? The Spectre of Skeletor muscle. Yeah, Skeletor, the king of skeletal muscle. Too much protein can result in getting gout. Too much animal protein. Actually, I don't even know if it's the protein. It's uric acid. It's uric acid, yeah. So, they used to call gout the disease of kings. And, the king lives a privileged life in a privileged place. The king gets to eat whatever he wants. And since kind of the rarest and most expensive food, as far as production cost is like animal foods, then the king would be like, yeah, cook me a goose and cook me a pig and cook me a, right? And there's just all this meat and the king's just like loading up on meat, right? And these kings were getting gout. I don't think it was because of excess protein though, Kelly, Voicer X. I think it was excess uric acid in the food that would give the kings gout, and that's why they started calling it the disease of royalty. But I mean, just to understand, I am a vegan here. I am not trying to do propaganda. I'm not trying to imply that you will all get gout if you eat animal foods. I want to stress that these kings were eating like ridiculous amounts of animal products, right? That's where the gout came from. If you do, have gout, then like one of the things your doctor might tell you is to reduce your meat intake, right? But I don't want to like, I'm not trying to give you like the vegan version of Dare where I turn it into like, you're going to get gout. You're all going to get gout. You enjoying that steak today? Well, you're going to get gout tomorrow. It doesn't quite work like that. Your body won't absorb and make use of the protein if you get it from peanuts. It won't use it. Let me correct what you said there. It won't absorb and make use of as much of the protein if you get it from peanuts. Right? That's the whole thing. It's conversion rate. Right? The conversion rate of the protein in peanuts. That also tells you something too. There's something interesting about nuts, chat. Nuts are extremely satiating. And when they have done studies, like calorie in, calorie out kind of studies, I forget what this is called, but there's a certain kind of like a metabolic ward, I think it's called, where they lock you in there and they monitor what you're eating. Like, right? Because when you do studies, a lot of times you're like, okay, so we're going to do a study on you, eat only this, right? And then we'll study your weight gain or weight loss or whatever. Right. And the person will eat other stuff, right? They'll like, oh, I'm trying to eat only that. But, right. So they lock them in a metabolic ward to make sure 100% we know what you're eating, and we also know like what you're digesting by your your respiratory ratio. But anyway, when they test adding nuts to a diet, right, versus an isocalorically similar amount of other foods, they find that the people that eat 200 extra calories from nuts gain less weight than the people that eat 200 extra calories from other things. And I haven't checked if they've discovered what the reason for this is. There's a lot of hypotheses about why that might be, why nuts might, contribute less to adding adiposity to your body. But it does seem like there's something, kind of special about nuts. Anyway, Chad, I'm just recommending that you put some nuts in your mouth because that's... Anyway, I'll shut up. You feel so much better with protein. Well, you also feel better with the placebo effect, right? You feel better with a balanced diet is what you feel better with, right? If you've got protein, if you got fat, if you got, carbs, and it's kind of in balance, right? Where you're not eating an excessive amount of fat, you're not eating an excess. I mean, not that there's anything necessarily bad with eating an excessive amount of protein unless you have kidney issues, right? Life is easier when you have protein. You have more energy. You literally do. You literally have more glucose because the process of gluconeogenesis takes things like proteins and turns them into hydrocarbon chains, right? It turns it into glycogen. And you could do that with protein and you could do that with carbs. But I'm not making an argument against protein. I'm just making an argument for a balanced diet, right? I haven't missed any content. You don't call this content? This is the best content. I need to get... Oh my God, how far down do I have to slide? I'm sorry, I can't argue with chatters about nutrition. It's taken me off my game. Oh my God, have I missed any content yet? And I'm like, have we gotten to the content yet? We need to get to the content. I'm just looking. Okay, yeah, finally, there we go. Okay, I'm sorry if I skipped past any of your thoughts about nutrition and all that good stuff. But we got to get to the content, and the content is Ethan Klein. What is Ethan Klein doing? He's crashing out over Hassan. Hassan's been written up in the New York Times, and it's a bit of a puff piece, right? They're still on this Joe Rogan of the left thing, right? They're still on the left needs something that looks like alpha-brained manosphere, bro, you know, I don't know. Right? And so they're looking around and they're like, "Who? What looks like that? Oh, Hassan Piker." You meant the slop, yeah. No, I'm just teasing you, Sly. I know what you meant. My diet is balanced. I eat gummy bears and Swedish fish. There you go. You got your land animals and you got your sea animals. That's some balance right there. Anyway, we gotta get to this. All right, so what do we have? What do we got going today? Oh my god. I was thinking to myself that I would do like a slice of life stream, right? Like a stream where I take you around my apartment a little bit and you know, just talk to you about what's going on in my life and stuff like that, but make that the members only show, because I feel like the members and the subs and the Patreons are the ones who really want to see that, and that way I can stream about something that's not necessarily algorithmically friendly. Oh, fiber. Thank you, Deps. Yes, fiber, also important. Everybody forgets about fiber. You know, we're all like macronutrients, protein. That's the one thing I don't like about gym culture is like the obsession about macros, right? Where I feel like it's reductionist. But yeah, no, protein is good. Protein is good. I'm not arguing against protein. Protein is also in a lot of types of foods that you might not be thinking of, right? They're outside of the stereotypical foods that have protein. There's a lot of other stuff as well. See, wasp could have a lot of protein. Swedish fish are probably better for you considering they have less mercury. Probably so. Anyway, we got to get going. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to show you, if I can, what we have on offer for today in terms of bonus content, right? So the first thing I need to do is check in and see what's Ethan's crash out. Wow, look at that. Ethan's crash out is winning. That's the number. 100 of you have voted so far. Of those 100, most of you are voting for more Ethan crash out. Second place is Trump's America covert dictatorship? Question mark. There should have been a question mark there. Right, a video essay about covert dictatorships. And then we've got in third place, TYT, Rebellion Pack fires Wu. That's right. Brianna Wu has stepped down from her ceremonial position at Rebellion Pack. Cenk Uyghur's, one of Cenk Uyghur's political action committees. And it may be because of the Vanguard's bullying. So we could take a look at that. And then in fourth place, we have Cover the News, damn it, if you want me to get back to the news and talk about what's important and what's affecting the whole world. Then, you know, you can vote for that one. But that's where we're at right now. Wait, I missed Thomas's first super chat. Thomas Jerome says you could always lift weights, be nicer to women, and support Palestine. Ethan, nah, he's just gonna crash out instead. That's true, Thomas. And then the second one, got batshit. He already lives there. Anyway, thanks to Thomas, we are 2 out of 10 on our way to the butterfly goal. It is not telling me when it ends, chat. I can't tell. I'm guessing. Oh, God. Wait. 30 minutes, chat. I think we got 30 minutes to put a butterfly in my hair. So that goal is ending fairly soon. The other goal we have is a goal for bonus content for the stream. Your chance to keep me on a little bit longer to cover more stuff. So we are at 11% right now on our dono goal, thanks exclusively to Thomas Jerome. Thank you, Thomas Jerome. And you can increase this dono goal. I should do what I did for the other stream and just like add it as a text thing. I just don't like having text goal. 11 out of 100. There we go. All right, so look at that. 11 out of 100. On our way to the bonus goal. I feel like I should put more than just this so people know that's the bonus goal. But anyway, this is what we do. This is the game that we play every day. If we get to 100%, I cover one of these topics. I stay on a little bit later. I cover an extra segment for you. And if it gets to 200, then I cover 2 extra segments. That's how we've been going. And that's what we're doing. So what segment do we get extra, right? Well, it depends on what you vote for. Again, 105 of you have voted. Most of you are voting for more of Ethan's Crash Out. Ethan Klein did like 4 streams in a row about Hassan, about iDubbbz, about Denims, about Bad Empanada. You know the kind of shit. He did the War Room shit like all last week. So there's more Crash Out to cover. If you want me to cover that, vote for that. Trump's America, is it a covert dictatorship? That's a video essay from Spectacles. Anybody heard of Spectacles? Somebody passed me this video essay, so I thought we'd put it up there. In third place, we have TYT, Rebellion Pack, and their firing of Wu. And then in fourth place, we have Cover the News. God damn it. Yo, Deps, thank you for the gifted membership, too. I wonder who just got weaseled. Polly has his cracker. You just got weaseled. You just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Thank you. And yeah, thank you for also for showing me how this works. So look at that. How does this work? The goal goes up when you do a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, or if you gift memberships to other people. It goes up if you support me over on Throne. I will be putting a camera up there soon, chat. I just need to figure out what kind of camera I need, right? I kind of want to get a camera. Well, the first thing would be to like upgrade my image, right? Because this is I'm still using a face cam. It's a very good, it's an Elgato face cam. It's a very good webcam, but you know, it could be slightly better, right? That's one objective. The other objective is to be able to film stuff outside, to be able to do some IRL or live, type footage here in Thailand. So I'm going to be putting that up as soon as I figure out what the fuck kind of camera I need. I just don't know cameras. They're so confusing, right? You're like mirrorless, DSLR, lens. Do you want a Sigma lens? Do you want a... And I'm just like, I don't know what any of it means. Just, I want the good camera. Like, I don't understand. I'm so far off. If anybody has suggestions to for what would be a good camera, let me know. So I'll be putting that up on Throne really soon. Also, if you support me on Patreon, which I appreciate greatly, because once again, we are demonetized thanks in part to Ethan Klein and DDG, right? In terms of all Twitch streamers are demonetized if you're covering politics, right? That's considered, as if you're covering something, dirty or something, right? You got to put a content warning and therefore you don't get advertisement. So the only way you get paid at all is through the generosity and support from viewers like you on Twitch, which I appreciate greatly. And Twitch has really been coming through lately. Twitch has really been like showing up, right? Both in terms of the numbers of viewers and in terms of the support from Twitch. So I love to see that. I'm really happy for that. And chat, you're really close to getting me to the level where Twitch will have to pay me slightly more, right? It's all dependent on how many subs that you're carrying. And I think the threshold is 100 and we are really close. It's 100 minus what your Twitch Prime streams, and we're really close to that right now. So yeah, this is a great time to sub. I will be doing a subathon on Twitch sometime soon, so as well as trying to do a members only stream. I'll probably have to do a separate one on Twitch and on YouTube, because if I do it on my phone, which I'm planning to do, I won't be able to dual stream, I don't think. So that's where we're at. So yeah, like I said, everyone on my Patreon gets access to my videos before they even come out. You get them redacted, what's the word? Censored, yeah. And you get them first, right? So that's at every level that you get that. At the $5 level or higher, you also get a fancy shout out. Let me do those now. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shaxby. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noape. Shouts out to Crystal Safira. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Jessica Bell. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zara Zerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. All right, so with Patreon thanked and Twitch acknowledged, Twitch, you've been doing really well lately, and I'm super encouraged that at some point, I'm going to stop thinking of you as like the secondary stream target, right? This Twitch was where I started out on, so. Also, I've noticed there's a lot of stuff on Twitch. Like Twitch has added a lot of features that I need to explore. So yeah, I need to spend some time maybe with a Twitch only stream. Anyway, just to get the hang of it. Didn't know you were on Twitch, but I would love to see you there. Nice. No, I'm on, I would be on TikTok too if I could figure out how to stream, if I could figure out how to do a three-way stream. TikTok's a little weird though. I think I'd have to start putting out videos on TikTok and get to a certain level before they'll give me the ability. Before TikTok gives me it's the streaming key, right? I need a streaming key from TikTok, and they're a little bit, okay, so we got some advice on cameras here. If you get digital SLR, make sure it is clean HDMI, which means when you look at the screen, you will not see any of the icons. That is the camera you can use for streaming, and a mirror will be better if you can afford. Wait, a mirror will be better? Okay. Digital SLR. Wait, a mirrorless? That's what clean means. Okay, no icons. I see. So if I get icons in it, then that means that it'll look weird for streaming. I'm just looking at people's advice. Cameras have mirrors to take photos. Mirrorless cameras have no mirror. So it's like digital. It's digital like how phone cameras take photos. So is a mirrorless less expensive then? Mirrorless are generally better for video. Mirrorless better than phone because it has movable lenses. More technical, the mirror is for the viewfinder and has to move out of the way of the sensor during exposure. Interesting. All right. I think we're good. I think we're ready to hit up the Ethan content. Let's see what we got today. We're going to start off by watching some Hasan. Hasan has just started reading the article. I think here, wait, I've got two different videos. I think this is the one that we want to start with. Anyway, as Hasan is trying to read his article that came out in the New York Times. Now, understand, right? This article was... He did the interview. I guess he spent leg day with this guy. Like, right? He was lifting... And the New York Times reporter came along with him. It was apparently a leg day, or at least that's what the reporter says, right? And this was a long time ago. They haven't put out the article yet, and Hasan thinks it's because there were so many other articles out at the same time about him, and they wanted to make sure that if they put out an article, that they kind of hit it from a different angle. They didn't want to give the appearance of just like, doing, something that's already been done. So, yeah, we'll take a look at him finding out from his chat, I guess. Wait a minute. I can't tell, chat. Is this one the one we want to start with?
By the way, it's not like they're propping up certain people and being like, this is actually a really good person on this issue. Tweet from the author of the New York Times piece. Yeah. Back in January, I did leg day with Hassan on the Hunt.
Okay, so there we go. That's definitely the beginning of it, right? Reading the tweet from the author, and the article is linked. It finally came out.
For New York Times Styles, hoping to figure out what it means to be a left-wing man in a red-pilled world. Yeah. The right is already getting harassed since a certain person posted them on his IG. No nice things are allowed to be said about you. Yeah. Can you please cover E's crash out over the New York Times? I'm dying laughing at how insane it is. I will probably not do that. I mean, good for him, I guess. I don't know.
So he says...
There are like 8 IG stories. Why is he losing his mind so hard? God damn. Just
here, I gotta take a look at Twitter, see if we can find
Bro, it's Sunday, man. Have fun with your family. What are you doing? Yeah, apparently Ethan is not very happy about this. He is very upset that I got this article written, and he's been posting about it since like 6 a.m. our time, which I think is a crazy thing to do when you first wake up. Like, I first woke up
6 a.m. on a Sunday morning. Do most of you get out of bed? Like, unless you gotta work that day or you got something to do, right? Why the fuck would you be up at 6 a.m. on a Sunday morning? Jesus Christ. And he's up posting on his Instagram.
And I posted about the article because, you know, it's the article that I was waiting for. I was waiting for it to come out. It's been a long time. The article took place a long ass time ago. It's odd for him to wake up and also post nonstop. Literally nobody says that except those paid by his publicist. As a recent 2 minutes ago on a multi-story Insta rant, his fluency between culture and ideology has led many to brand Piker or Joe Rogan to the left, and Mr. Rogan had a mop top and painted his nails. Literally nobody says that except those paid by his publicist. I don't have a publicist. My haters can't tell me you're not hot, bro. So brave of him to disavow Nepo babies. Oh my God. How can people that are fans of this guy not think, dude, you're 40 years old, you have 3 kids, like, it's Sunday. Just, you know, can't you save this for the show or something? Like, why are you doing this? How can people not recognize how obsessed this is? He's just like, he's like dunking on every aspect of the article. Very strange stuff, man. Like, I hope he gets better. Thanks for reading my review. He posted.
Oh no, chat. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? What is going on with Ethan? Look at this. Hasan gets a profile while Ethan Klein gets an expose, right? So this is the New York Times article that he was just about to read when his chat like berated him over the 8 Instagram stories that Ethan has posted this morning, right? What do we have over here? Was YouTuber Ethan Klein arrested after posting drug-fueled rant video? What? Is that an expose or is that just bullshit? That didn't happen, did it? Like, is that real, chat? Ethan Klein has been arrested following the publication of a video, this is a lot. No, this is not. Look, that's an old ass video, April 22nd, right? They're quote retweeting from April 22nd. I don't think that's just yeah, I mean, like, this was a gross thing. Like, right, this woman is 17 years old. She's written, you can scar me, but you can't stop me. She was a victim of the Boston bombing, right? And this was way back in the day, back when the Boston bombing had just like happened a year ago, that Ethan, watches this video, where she's written this on her abdomen. And, well, can we even watch this? Is this like, I don't know if we can. This one always, it skirts the line of like, is this okay?
Text that was shut down. Good job.
But that being said, chat, this happened a long time ago, and to my knowledge, I don't think that Ethan was arrested over this, right? I see their angle, right? That you'll see. He's talking about a 17-year-old. The woman in the video was 17 at the time.
To her. By the way, I didn't know if you guys saw, but good job to her.
Oh, wait. This didn't even start off at the very beginning. So, chat, what you missed, right? This clip of the video is actually starting off like well into the video. At the very beginning of the video, we see Ethan Klein, kind of like lounging in front of his computer. His hand is disturbingly like close to his crotch, as if he was on the computer touching himself, right? It's just really the whole fucking video is super sus.
Wait, I didn't know if you guys saw, but you can see her vagina. This makes it a much more powerful image, especially in the Reddit community where this image received over 2,000 upvotes. So this is a very successful...
Again, remember, 17-year-old.
Very powerful, very edgy photo of a girl's vagina, accompanied also by some text that was sharpie down to her stomach, and boy, what can you say about a photo like this? She's got a nice... I'd fuck her face. She's got a nice smug face. Good to fuck. I would. Okay,
that's about as much of it as I can take. Anyway, you can see the point of the post. I think this is bullshit, right? I don't know. Was YouTube Ethan Klein arrested after posting a drug-fueled rant video? Is that even what they're talking about? Like, I don't know. I feel like Psychedelic Socialist is playing games with us. Or has been tricked by this poster. Anyway, chat, I don't think this is a real thing. This is not a real thing, is it?
Posted again and said, thanks for reading my review. Dude, oh my God. You don't think the New York Times is trying to make this seem like it's optics and not about issues? Is what they've been doing since election. Dems don't need to fix their policies. They just need a leftist Joe Rogan. And that's what I think this New York Times article was playing up. I think that they're trying to make sense of why someone like myself has seen a lot of success in an otherwise right-wing dominated landscape. And it can't be the issues themselves. It can't be what I'm saying. So it must be like the aesthetic. And to be fair, the way I look does play a role in this, right? The way I look does play a role in this. The packaging certainly is a part of it. He's being especially unhinged because the last episode did very poorly on views because it was the first step in a while, not clickbaiting you or iDubbbz. Yeah. As usual, he puts out the dog whistle on his Instagram stories. And then his rabid fan base starts a harassment campaign. Shame on you. Oh, he's report this trash puff piece to the New York Times editorial board. Thanks for posting first today. This is clearly pushed forward by a publicist working for Hasan to get ahead of any negative publicity. Dude, I don't think
they control the media. The Hasan industrial complex controls the media. What are they fucking saying? What are they saying? He controls the New York Times?
These guys understand. They're allowing an email hate brigade on their sub, not linking directly, but I posted a tweet about it. I don't know if these guys understand that like this kind of stuff is very annoying to newspapers in general. You don't come across as like a normal person. And also, this is a direct brigade. Can you stop talking about him? Dude, are you stupid? Are you actually that stupid that you don't understand what I'm showing here is not just like me doing drama? Like, what are you talking about? This is a direct brigade. Like, this is also literally by Reddit standards not allowed. Like, this is, you're harassing a journalist and you're trying to get a journalist fired for writing a profile on someone you don't like. It's so insane because like every content creator has a decent amount of stalkers, right? But most content creators don't have a...
Most of the stalkers aren't other content creators. I think it's what he's...
Stalker that basically makes content off of them stalking like everything that I do. I like you aren't downplaying the positive side of their obsession aesthetic and rapping aside. There's a real benefit to you being given publicity. Negativity be damned. Yeah, because I don't want people to get fired for... I mean, it's not going to happen anyway, but I don't want people to have to deal with like annoying calls and shit like that. Like, it's so stupid. It's so lame. You know what I mean? What is this? We are not a Hasan snark. Over 150 posts in the last 7 days filled with such bangers as Hasan is jealous of Ethan. I can't stop imagining.
What? Is this real? Is this on the H3 subreddit? Oh, sorry. We're looking at Leftovers H3 here, right? But what they're referring to, Hassan is jealous of Ethan. That was the title of a post on the H3 Productions subreddit.
Hassan bringing someone back to his place for the first time. Note the Hassan post of the most engagement. Yeah, they use the subreddit like it's a snark subreddit for sure. This is not the first time that these guys have done this. Anytime.
Yo! Oh my god. I forgot about the Omega Star. Thank you for the contribution to Throne. And like I said, Chad, I'll have some actual stuff. So normally what I use Throne for is for the like for things that would make the stream better, right? And for the past few months, it's been all about getting me to Thailand. So it's been, cash donations exclusively, right? But normally what's up there is like technical stuff like this microphone or like a key light that I left behind in the United States. So yeah, I might start putting that up on there. Look for that soon. But thank you, Omega Star, for donating to my apartment fund. I did just drop a fat wad of cash, and it was cash because I couldn't figure out how to send money from America yet. So I actually paid in cash for the deposit and all the stuff that you gotta you gotta pay 3 times the price of the apartment to start renting it, right? And the donations on Throne, the donations on PayPal, all of those have really helped me out because that's a way that you can get money to me right away, and yeah, that definitely helped offset the blow that was, and also filling this place up, like stocking this place up with food, right? Just getting like the pantry basics. I forgot how much that cost. I had to get a hair dryer. The other morning I took a shower. I thought that there was a hair dryer in the room next to the bathroom, but it turns out that I must have remembered a different apartment that I looked at. Like when I got out, I was like, there's no hair dryer. So I had to go and buy one of those. Luckily it was close by. Yo, HK, thank you for the super chat. Mark Weens just released a Thailand food tour video with Uncle Roger. They eat rats together? When will you taste for us? When will I taste rats? They actually eat rats together. I mean, I've seen grasshoppers, or I can't remember if it was grasshoppers or crickets, but I've definitely seen, and I know that there's some places you can go and you can get scorpions. Irene is probably on a list for paying for. Wait, what? Is that a bad thing? Is that a bad thing? Irene is a vegan, so no rats. Yeah, unless they're vegan rats. Maybe we could get gummy rats. But yeah, thank you, Omega Star. Oh my gosh. Where is the button? There's the button.
Written anything about me. They have to basically go private for like a week. It's so gross, man. It's crazy because like none of these other, I wish that like other content creators that are in this space would at least pay a little bit of attention to this and be like, all right, man, this is gotten out of hand. Other content creators don't have mainstream news asking for their political opinions. No, I know, but like this is very clearly a major issue, right? On its own, regardless, like this is an extended year-long crash out that has turned into like constant brigading, doxing campaigns, frivolous litigation to get people's private information, to bully them, to harass them, going after Redditors, going after journalists. Like it's so weird. It's so strange that it's just like something that we all have to put up with. Other content creators themselves see this kind of thing and go, ugh, I don't want to say anything because I don't want to incur the wrath of Ethan's foot soldier.
Yeah, much like Trump, right? That's what Trump's crash out about, colleges and universities, about law firms, about whoever the fuck he's gonna rant. You know what he does, like, right? He gets up at 3 a.m, he rants on Truth Social, he bitches about somebody, and the thing about that is that now, like, his diehard fans have a name, to attribute Trump's hatred to, and that person potentially gets, threatening phone calls, gets weird people showing up to their house, right? And some people are just like, I don't want to fucking deal with it. I don't want to, like, a lot of these law firms have said that, like, I don't want to deal with Trump shit. I'm just gonna, like, what would you like, Trump? Would you like some pro bono work? Here we go. We'll do some pro bono work for you. And then when he asks for the pro bono work, it's like, yeah, help me illegally deport immigrants. And these law firms are like, what did we get ourselves into? Right? It's the same kind of shit, right? It's the weird, like on one level it works, right? Because most people do not want to deal with with MAGA hating their guts, or with Ethan Klein and his FUPA troop is coming after them. But at the same time, there's like a limit to the utility of this, right? And we've seen it with China, right? He tries to the madman strategy on China, and it fucking backfires, right? Now China, the EU, Japan, all of the major economic players are having a conversation behind the back of the United States on what to do to manage the risk, frankly, of having their economies connected to a very unstable leader. So yeah, same thing with Ethan Klein, right? It might work in, it might get people to, like, not want to say anything or get involved, but at the same time, it makes people want to back away from Ethan Klein. It makes people want to remove Ethan Klein from their social circles just to manage that risk.
And I feel like that's just a strange place to exist in, where everyone is like, yeah, this stuff is weird and gross, but there, a lot of people are just like genuinely worried that he will come after them. This is something that happened with Adam Ross as well initially, Why are you shocked? They did the same with D for 5 years. I know. I'm trying to put the truth out in the space where people may see it in my free time, but the Diddy G&E community.
Major economic players and Canada, we're here too. Well, I mean, like, the United States will suffer, right? From the goods that it can no longer sell to Canada, not just because, of Canada striking back, with its own trade policy, but also just the organic strikes of people, being sick of the, Canada's going to be the 51st state shit, and just wanting to boycott the U.S. entirely.
Legion is tough to break through. Yeah, just remember, it's mostly online. Even though the more we spend time online, the more the shit that we do online becomes the reality. Anyway,
that's true.
I think it was a good article. Obviously, Jack's the man, by the way. He was dope. He was great. And I hope that he doesn't get a lot of harassment, Do you think that debating Ethan will shut him and the Legion up? No, of course not. No, I think the fact that it's online makes it a more pressing of an issue. At this point, most people in the 18 and 25 age group primarily gets their info online. I know, but I'm also online, I'm also duking it out here. It just sucks because, like, I'm duking it out over here, and I wish that I wouldn't have to deal with, like, people who consider themselves to be liberals and present themselves as liberals, who are supposed to be, like, ideologically aligned with someone like myself, especially at a time when there's more pressing issues like the Trump administration, throwing the Constitution in a pile and lighting it on fire, right? Do you see what I mean? Like, it just sucks that I also have to deal with, like, the apolitical drama side of things. Like, it's not enough that there is already so much right-wing commentary all over the internet, like everywhere, right? But then also on top of that, like, even the apolitical guys and the liberals and the centrists also have to constantly present, my style of politics as, like, bad. And these guys never actually present a leftist voice that is good, by the way. It's not like they're propping up certain people and being like, this is actually a really good person on this issue. Is there anything that to get Ethan to stop? No, he'll never stop. Especially because he knows that whenever he brings up my name and attacks me, he brings on some of the grossest losers online to come and watch him. They love that shit. So I think this is beneficial for him as well. He gets to feel smart. which is what he wants more than anything else. And it gives him like clout as well. I mean, he's, I feel like he's got his own shit to worry about at this point, though. I mean, he's got like a billionaire that he has a defamation suit around. So, did he have targets before you, which became so obsessive about? Yes, I think pretty much everyone. But the only difference is I don't think it was this long and this extended. And also, their politics were so bad and the stuff that they had done were so bad that most people didn't realize that it was like obsessive in a similar vein, myself included. Like, I don't also know Ethan's background that well. I'm not super familiar with what he had done with like his former podcast co-hosts like Trisha or any number of different people that he's like targeted in the past, whether it be Keemstar or all these other dudes, right? Like, I don't know. So, just be ready for this to be a big deal, even though he banned this person. No, it's not going to be a big deal. They found a chatter in the photos they took that was insta banned. Like, I don't give a shit. It's only a big deal if you make it a big deal by bringing it over here. Who cares if they try to like brigade it and lose their minds over it? Yes, unlike Ethan, I actually don't only have paid members who I then ban anyway. Okay, Ethan only allows paid dissent, people that pay him to speak in his chat, and he bans them regardless when they actually step out of line in.
God damn. This is messy, chat. Like, I don't know. Look, I gotta say, like, as much as I cover the drama slop, I kind of respect that, Hasan somewhat sticks to the news, I guess. Right? It's respected. But, I sometimes get worried when his streams start to sound more like my streams. You know what I mean? Because there's like there's a tightrope that he's walking. I do think it's good for him to talk about Ethan and Destiny when it gives him like a vector to kind of hit back on some of their attacks on, the pro-Palestine movement. But at the same time, like they're sort of trying to get platformed via drama with him, and I always worry about feeding the trolls. You know what I mean? Morbert says Ethan's stance has always been he'll discuss misinfo and Hasbro, but won't dive into personal shit like the tattoo. Some people don't like Finkelstein and others. We're absorbing all the market the USA is losing. Let's go Canada, yeah. Well, yeah, you're also absorbing like, the thing that people say when they're abroad and they're asked, what country are you from, right? And now, surprisingly, there's more Canadians, strangely. All of a sudden, everyone's from Canada. Understandable to some extent, but the power Ethan and Trump have is symbolic as currency, but at least we can try to buy treats with that currency. We rely on Canada for all farming in the US. We can't do it without essential items that come from there, like potash. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Fertilizer. Rogan cannot match Sam Cedar in facts or knowledge. Ethan propped up Lonerbox as a better version of Hasan. That's hilarious. I mean, maybe more accessible for, drama slot fans, right? There's not the barrier of entry. There's a little bit of a barrier of entry in Hasan, in that, like, if you tune into him at any random time, he could be talking about something that you need a little bit of background to understand. Whereas with Lonerbox, it's just, he does the thinking for you, and not very well. It reminds me of when you were getting harassed. I just feel sad for him. Oh, for Ethan. Ethan's stance has always been he'll discuss the misinfo, and it's annoying because he'll cover the news and then the brigaders will come in and derail. He's gotten better, but it's still that's so hard to resist, right? I mean, I'm sure I've been like drama farmed, back in the day by people. Literally, people just. I remember people coming in to literally try to start a fight between me and Dylan or me and Demon Mama, and sometimes falling for their bullshit. Like it's like I don't mind, fighting with people like that over stuff that we disagree about, but it was like they were creating more like interpersonal drama, right? The drama was about platforming, right? What do you do with your platform as a panel host, right? What do you do when a bigot starts gish galloping literal tropes against a marginalized group? And in my mind is you shut that down. Right? Because otherwise your platform for debate very quickly becomes a platform for spreading brainworms to unsuspecting liberal audience of one Dylan Burns. But yeah, it just became this whole interpersonal thing, and it's through drama frogs. Jumping into my chat, jumping into Demon Mama's chat, jumping into Dylan's chat. There was a whole stream that I have in mine chat where it just went down for no fucking reason, right? Like I said, I disagree with these people on substantive issues. I'm more than happy to have a back and forth with them about that. But we were having a back and forth over whether I was stream sniping Dylan. Spoiler, I wasn't. And, like whether he was going to post a DMCA on me. Spoiler, he wasn't. And whether I would come back and DMCA every single video he had that used any of my content. Spoiler, I didn't, right? But that was all... on Twitch, there's people that when I say drama frogs, I'm talking about people that literally are like, how can we make these streamers fight more? Because it's massively entertaining. George Jackson, I don't feel sad for Ethan. V, I feel sad for Hassan. Ethan, to mostly his kids that, oh God, yeah. Growing up as Demon Mama just gone? I don't know. I mean, I haven't talked to her for years. She does seem to have disappeared after the accusations from Westside Tyler. There was a little too much personal information of hers released for my comfort in that whole back and forth. Yeah, the drama frogs. To be honest, I appreciate some of the pettiness. Hassan is way too soft for so long. To be fair, Hassan still avoids some topics of drama and still constantly trying to redirect back to the news. Yeah. And look, there's a way that you can use drama to get views on important issues, right? Noah Sampson demonstrated that in his latest series of videos. Sounds exhausting, and no matter how you respond or don't, they can still conjure up a clip and story to push their narrative. I don't envy your guys' position, but I'm thankful you guys put up with it. DMCA is in Democratic Monarchy of Canadian America. Okay. That sounds good. The Gulf of South Canada. Wait, couldn't we just call it the South Canadian Gulf or something? The South Canadian Sea? Like the South Canadian River, right? Just make it the South Canadian Sea. I don't know.
Any way, shape, or form. He's created the most insane hug box of all time. I, on the other hand, like having political discourse in this chat, in this community. I'm a political commentator. I have Trump supporters on here. I have neo that come into the chat.
Okay, that's the weirdest thing. Like, I don't know if I've seen the Nazis in chat, right? But I've definitely seen just like a weird, like pro-Trump comment pop up every now and then. And yeah, Hassan responds to it, doesn't ban the chatter, just,
All the time. I have Ethan Klein fans who come in here with no understanding of anything, really. Yeah, I ban him. Ethan is so allergic to any sort of pushback that he will literally button his employees that he has hired when they say something that he finds to be unacceptable. And that, by the way, isn't that they've said something reactionary or whatever. He finds it to be unacceptable because they're dissenting. Okay. And then those guys mysteriously leave the studio in the aftermath of that. You food soldier is so stupid. I know you're not going to read this, so I'm just using this as an example. You are a gross human being and literally sit all day making money off of others' content, reacting, but you can't even react or take criticism when it's directly about you. And it's not why you say, it's because you're afraid of your audience hearing it and no, you can't defend yourself. I think this is the funniest narrative that, like,
As he reads out the critical comment, right, they're like, you won't take criticism,
an
right?
audience of people that
That's literally somebody Hassan is going to keep it as a pet too, right? I would be surprised if that chatter got banned.
exclusively come here to learn about politics is going to be duped by Ethan Klein's video. Why don't you issue one of these criticisms that you have heard
Yeah.
in the chat, and I will address it. These people unironically are too stupid to think that like a drama slop tubers video is going to convince a decent number of people in here. Like, that's the reason why I've avoided it. If that's the case, why the won't Ethan debate me in person? Like, there's no answer to this question. It's like, I've said I would watch it with him if necessary. You know what I mean? And they just have, they go, oh, well, it's because he put forward a totally normal condition that you have to actually watch the context nuke beforehand, which he now no longer has as a precondition, apparently. Yeah. Slop tubers are destroying my political opinions despite not knowing a single damn thing about politics or any of the things I talk about or history. You should really consider allowing only verified accounts to chat in here, man. This person. I can't believe you're that horrible of a guy. Those things you did are so bad. I just genuinely cannot believe someone of your stature is just so, can't believe this guy is this way. You're so disgusting. You need to step back and understand who you are as a person. Weird as hell. For real, for real. Can't believe those things you did. Serious. This person is memeing, by the way. I don't think they're being serious. They're making a joke about the quote unquote criticisms that I receive. You're a bad guy. You're a very bad guy. I can't really remember exactly what the YouTube video that I watched while, playing Hearthstone on my phone, what the video actually said, but it left me with like really bad vibes, and it left me with such bad vibes that I have firmly held convictions against you. I just really don't know why I feel that way. I was playing Balatro. I was playing Balatro on my phone while I watched the dumbest guy on the planet make a YouTube video about you after reading a bunch of subreddit comments. But it left me feeling like you're a bad dude.
That channel used to be the Shark channel. Wait, I feel like I missed something. Was this where I stepped away to pee?
A lot of people are just like genuinely worried that he will come after them. This is something that happened with Adam Ross as well initially, Why are you shocked? They did the same with D for 5 years. I know. I'm trying to put the truth out in the space where people may see it in my free time, but the DDG and E community is legion. It's tough to break through. Yeah. Just remember, it's mostly online. Even though the more we...
Okay, I gotta ask you a question, right? It's a shame that I had to pee right there, because like I'm okay. The DDG community and the foot soldiers for Ethan are legion, right? So that chatter is implying that their perception of the internet is that like they say something positive towards Hasan and they get shouted down by a mass of like, D fans or Ethan fans or whatever. I'm not seeing them. I mean, occasionally I will. They'll pop up in my comments on videos and stuff like that, or sometimes pop up in chat, right? The Ethan fans, but it's like always a random one. Like, where is this mass of Ethan fans? Is this even real? And like, I mean, Destiny still gets views, right? So I know there's still Destiny fans. I just don't see them go out. What is Balatro? What is Balatro? Oh yeah, the chatter that's complaining about Hasan reacting to other people's content, given the fact that they're either like a Destiny fan or an Ethan fan. It's like, what is your streamer doing? I got timed out for an hour yesterday for a chat comment. I was making fun of Ethan. I honestly forgot exactly what I said because I make fun of Ethan a lot in Hasan's chat. Yeah, the poopa scoopas. Are they really that ubiquitous, chat? That's what I'm asking, right? The way that chatter talks is like there's like just a whole bunch of them. And look, I get that they've like downvote bombed videos before, like the Hassan video, or the Hassan's appearance on the what is it, the anime podcast? But I don't ever see them in numbers, right? I definitely don't see them on Twitter. Like, where do these people exist besides Instagram? To quote Mike from PA, Ethan has no shooters. Wait, that sounds like didn't he also have trouble? Oh my god, chat, I don't even want to get into it, right? But wasn't there something about them having trouble conceiving? When you say Ethan has no shooters. Anyway, I'm not trying to make fun of anybody's trouble with conception. That is truly, I do not wish that on anyone. I don't think Ethan has that many rabid fans left. I think many of them are just Hassan haters. That could be true. That could be. There are a lot of drama slop fans of the Diorios and the Turkey Toms and the rest of the. Oh, Slay the Spire plus Poker is Balatro? Wait, what? Or Balatro is Slay the Spire plus Poker. They started brigading the iDub subreddit since the content cop. It's an intimidation tactic. Anime podcast has trash taste. Thank you. I couldn't remember. The Diddy Gers and Hassan haters definitely coordinate to pick their targets. Does Ethan? Ethan does like his floaters. That's what they should call his community. The floaters, right? With how much he like is obsessed with poo. Like the floaters would be a perfect name for his community, or his the poopa scoopas have been internally assimilated and gradually succumbed to parasitic replacement. What? MF Doomscroll, when you say that, I'm just thinking Giardia. Surely outside groups that want to destroy Hassan and make Ethan a lolcow, multiple shadow communities. I mean, that's more likely. HK, I buy that. I mean, like, I'm not saying that there aren't like hardcore Ethan fans. I don't ever see that. I rarely see them. And when I do see them, they're the ones getting shouted down. They're the ones getting dogpiled. I almost feel sorry for them. Whenever an Ethan fan comes in here, chat, I try to be nice to them because I know that they're gonna get it from the chat. So there is like one guy on Twitter who is on Mike from PA's side and defends him in reply threads from people who hate him. That defender is braver than a lot of the. So wait, does Mike get shit on Twitter? I feel like I've seen Mike pop off on Twitter a few times, right? I've seen him do posts that get a lot of likes. I forgot the name of the one person on Twitter who actively defends Mike. The rest of the audience doesn't give a shit, and everyone just insults Redacted from Redacted. That is so old school. Redacted from Redacted. I get the IDF Nut Brigade to the Klein house. Wait, get the IDF Nut Brigade to the Klein house? They can stem Ethan to create more mini Raiders of Ramal. Oh no. Oh no. Ethan will say something like, now I'm not saying you should do this, but here's the person's name and email. Yeah, I get that Ethan tries to stimulate his audience to harass people. And I'm sure on platforms like Instagram, that works to some extent. Denims is also a masterclass at talking to Ethan defenders. Nice. Oh, speaking of which, chat, we gotta decide what to watch after this. All right. We are at 24%. That is almost 1/4 of the way to 100%. If we get 100%, I stay on a little bit longer and cover another topic with you. The topics that I could cover, they are in that dono goal thing above me. Or if you're watching on YouTube, you can find them in the poll. Speaking of the poll, it looks like we still have more of Ethan's crash out. That's right. That's more of the H3 content from last week, which is just a series of fucking videos of just hate streams on Hassan, right? Hate stream after hate stream after hate stream. We didn't even get through of half of his shit, right? So we can dip back into that. That's what 60% of you are voting for right now. That's the first place vote getter. Second place is Trump's America covert dictatorship. In second place, third place, we have TYT Rebellion Pack fires Woo. And in fourth place, we have Cover the News, right? So you can, if we get to 100% on the bonus meter, we'll cover one extra topic. You can vote for the topic on YouTube. If you're watching on Twitch, feel free to come over here and cast a vote, even though you're not watching on YouTube. I won't tell anyone, right? And I'm not telling you to switch and watch on YouTube instead. You watch wherever you want to. Just know that the poll's on YouTube, so slip over here, nocommentchick CC, if you want to make your voice heard. You can also leave me a like while you're there, because I appreciate that greatly. The other way that you can affect the poll and affect whether we get bonus content at all is when you do a super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, if you support me on Throne, if you sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me over on Twitch, any of those things will cause number go up. And when number goes up to 100, I stay on for a little bit longer than I would otherwise. So that's where we're at, and we're almost 1/4 of the way there. We're going to watch the rest of this Hasan thing. I've also got, let's see, a few...
You've never heard of the
Excuse me, Chris Kunstler? Wow, I love how he starts. You know, like Chris Kunstler, you know a Chris Kunstler video when you listen to one, because he starts off. Like, some people take a little bit to like, hey, everyone, you know? Right? But Chris Kunstler is just like straight up right into it, right? So we got a new Chris Kunstler video. This one's about Loanerbox. Loanerbox, Israel's dumbest propagandist. If you haven't seen Chris Kunstler, he's a TikToker. He started doing videos on YouTube, kind of, I guess, commentary videos, I would say. And his shit goes hard. His shit goes very hard. So we got that. We've also got...
I want to talk to you about
White Claw Socialist. Anybody heard of this? Wait, how new is this video? 2 months ago. Okay, we can watch this. God. It's a little bit old, right? But a small creator called White Claw Socialist doing a video on Ethan Klein's moderate Zionism. And there's also some Denims content I've been noticing, right? So we could watch a Denims video. I'm leaning towards the Chris Kunstler video, because the last time we watched a Chris Kunstler video, it was really good. So I'm going to finish up the part I didn't see of this and see if there's any loose ends to tie up here on Twitter with the, whenever there's an Ethan Instagram crash out, you see it gets posted to Twitter, right? So he's trying to keep his shit off Twitter, but kind of like to no avail, right? Because Twitter gets a hold of it regardless. Hasan, anyone remotely sympathetic to Israel is subhuman, unworthy to walk a dog. Wait, what the fuck is this? When did Hasan say that? Unworthy of walking a dog? Okay. New York Times, progressive mind in a MAGA body. And now they've since changed the name of this article. Oh, that's right. We should read the article. Wait, I can't read the article. God damn it. I'm going to have to find Hasan reading the article, aren't I? That's what we're going to have to do. I'm going to have to find Hasan reading the article, because New York Times paywalls its shit.
The more we spend time online, the more the shit that we do online becomes the reality. Anyway.
I mean, this is true. This is true. Think about it this way, chat. Like, it's real estate, all right? It's real estate in a new area. The area is called online. In the past, there was no online, right? And in the present, a lot of people aren't extremely online, but the trend for now seems to be towards more and more online mentality, meaning that whatever goes on in the online space is going to become more influential and more important, at least for the near future, right? So even though it is, you can think about it like, oh, that's, permanently online shit, just realize that the future is kind of veering towards a permanently online status.
I think it was a good article. Obviously, Jack's the man, by the way. He was dope. He was great. And I hope that he doesn't get a lot of harassment, Do you think that debating Ethan will shut him and the Legion up? No, of course not. No, I think the fact that it's online makes it a more pressing of an issue. At this point, most people in the 18 to 25 age group primarily gets their info online. I know, but I'm also online, I'm also duking it out here. It just sucks because, like, I'm duking it out over here, and I wish that I wouldn't have to deal with, like, people who consider themselves to be liberals and present themselves as liberals, who are supposed to be, like, ideologically aligned with someone like myself, especially at a time when there's more pressing issues like the Trump administration, throwing the Constitution in a pile and lighting it on fire, right? Do you see what I mean? Like, it just sucks that
You'd think that at this time of all times, right, that we could minimize the conflict between liberals and leftists and both kind of concentrate on Trump, but unfortunately that's not how shit is. And unfortunately, the ascendancy of centrism, of centrist liberalism, of the third way mentality is what has created and offered a space for Trumpism to take up root and exist. So, like on one hand, we are enemies, right? But it's just like, you'd think that when people are being disappeared, right, that maybe Ethan would have, would be more interested in talking about Trump. But then again, if he does, he'll fuck that up too. So I don't know.
I also have to deal with like the apolitical drama side of things. Like, it's not enough that there is already so much right-wing commentary all over the internet, like everywhere, right? But then also on top of that, like even the apolitical guys and the liberals and the centrists also have to constantly present, my style of politics as like bad. And these guys never actually present a leftist voice that is good, by the way. It's not like they're propping up certain people and being like, this is actually a really good person on this issue. Is there anything that to get Ethan to stop? No, he'll never stop. Especially because he knows that whenever he brings up my name and attacks me, he brings on some of the grossest losers online to come and watch him. They love that shit. So I think this is beneficial for him as well.
You want to see that in action, chat? Here, let's take a look. Let me show you what Hassan's talking about. Now, I don't want to over exaggerate like what we're seeing here, because when I look at it on my software that tells me, if a video is an outlier or not, like none of these are particular outliers, right? But look at this. All right. So this is all of Ethan's live streams. This is all of the H3 Productions videos. You got members only videos and you got regular videos, right? Let's look at a normal one. On the thumbnail here, we have confronting Nelk on their Andrew Tate affiliation. This is confrontational. This is a little bit dramatic. This is Ethan calling out his friend Steiny a little bit. 568,000 views, right? Noah Samson, okay, this is related to Hassan, 557K views. Justin Bieber, 650K views. Look at this. Yeah, so we're right around 500,000, 600,000 for a lot of this. Even Goodbye AB, right? They clickbait kicking AB off the show, and they got 600,000, right? So now look what happens when we get to this. Ethan reacts to the iDub content cop, right? This is the first day. 1.3 million, from 600,000 to more than doubling that, right? Second day, the full react to the iDub content cop, 1.5 million. This was his, best day as far as him having his concurrence almost back to where they were before. But again, just like Hassan said, the people that he brought in they're not so much like pro H3, pro Ethan as they are anti Hassan, right? These are the DDGers and the drama slop commentary fans, etc., right? So 1.5 million, and then Human Skulls, 700 million. iDubbbz and Hassan caught 700, and so even with the clickbait, right? He's boosting his views by, I don't know, 200,000. When it's the iDubbbz content cop, because that was such a big deal, he kind of doubled his views there. But here's what Hassan is talking about, right? This is a video, Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring, that's ostensibly just about H3. Now, you could say that does it attract some of the Lord of the Rings fandom? Maybe, maybe not. If Ethan hasn't done a lot of Lord of the Rings content in the past, right? There's no reason to think that, this is going to get boosted in the algorithm. But look at that, 466. So we got one video that's kind of like just about H3, just about Ethan and the crew, them doing silly hijinks and reviewing Lord of the Rings. And you got under 500,000. Subathon. Okay, 1.1 million. Was that that's a 9-hour video. I get it. Okay, that's a 9 that they were on their subathon for 9 hours. So our trip to Disneyland, 500,000. My war against Snark, 600,000. Snark called CPS on a 700,000. You get the idea, chat. You got the idea. Like the more of like Hasan and that's worked into the thumbnail and title, kind of like the better that Ethan's videos do, and that means that the audience that he is able to pull in during those streams is just not an audience that's gonna really hang around or have a, like, you can see they got no investment. They didn't watch him, tear iDubbbz to shit and then decide, hey, the guy that tear iDubbbz to shit, he's got a new video about Lord of the Rings. Let me go in and watch that. I want to see how he plays Gandalf. Nobody's interested. Nobody cares.
He gets to feel smart, which is what he wants more than anything else, and it gives him like clout as well. I mean, he's, I feel like he's got his own shit to worry about at this point, though. I mean, he's got like a billionaire that he has a defamation suit around. So, did he have targets before you, which became so obsessive about? Yes, I think pretty much everyone. But the only difference is, I don't think it was this long and this extended, and also their politics were so bad and the stuff that they had done were so bad that most people didn't realize that it was like obsessive in a similar vein, myself included. Like, I don't also know Ethan's background that well. I'm not super familiar with what he had done with like his former podcast co-hosts like Trisha or any number of different people that he's like targeted in the past, whether it be Keemstar or all these other dudes, right? Like, I don't know. So, just be ready for this to be a big deal, even though he banned this person. No, it's not going to be a big deal. They found a chatter in the photos they took that was insta banned. Like, I don't give a shit. It's only a big deal if you make it a big deal by bringing it over here. Who cares if they try to like brigade it and lose their minds over it? Yes, unlike Ethan, I actually don't only have paid members who I then ban anyway. Okay, Ethan only allows paid.
Okay, there we go. So that was about where I came back. Here, somebody mentioned a wow, they're really pushing the membership, chat. I've never had that happen before. I had a little pop-up in the corner of my YouTube browser, like the tab that was like, want to join H3? Want to pay for a membership? Here you go. Here's the little thing to click on. You can pay some money and become a Fupa Troopa. Does it do that for my videos? Does it try to force you to become a member when you watch one of my live streams? I don't know, chat. It might be because he's a bigger bigger account here, right? But yeah, so they're doing the Lord of the Rings thing. That's AB as Schmeagol. Am I pronouncing it right? Is it Schmeagol, Schmeigel, or should we just call him Gollum? Yo, Sasha G. Speaking of memberships, thank you for the 5 gifted. Shinoi, you just got weaseled. Warm Feet Winner, you just got weaseled. P, just P, you just got weaseled. Robert Thomas, you just got weaseled. Exophilos, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Is it Schmeagol? Schmeagol, if you spelled it right. I always just say Gollum because it's easier, but I guess when he's not in his Gollum mode, he wants to be called Schmeagol, right? I was saying it right the first time. It's not it's Schmeagol. But yes, thank you for the gifted subs, Sasha G. Can I ask genuinely, why do you like Hasan? Oh my god, do I seem like I like Hasan? I think you're more like asking why I don't hate Hasan. Is that right, Marcel Juvie? Like, why don't I hate Hasan? Wait, it's pronounced Kevin? Wait, Schmeagol's name is pronounced Kevin? Why don't I hate Hasan? I mean, so there's just point where I turn it on you and say, why do you hate Hassan? Right? And I get some answer about supporting terrorism. What else would I get? He went to a brothel. Let's see. I'm just trying to understand. The reason is that you guys have never really sold me on hating Hassan. I don't always agree with Hassan. I've heard Hassan say things that piss me off, and I've streamed about it before, right? I'm not here to stan Hassan, but if you put up, a tableau of, Ethan Klein and all the Destiny weirdos and all the, the Vosh people on one side, and then you got the, Hasanabi community on the other side, obviously I'm going to pick this one, right? It's relative. It's relative, right? And my disagreements with Hassan are relatively minor compared to my disagreements with Ethan Klein, my disagreements with Destiny, etc., etc. His commentary is equivalent to like a 9th grader. See, Marcel, I'm going to guess that it goes over your head and that it helps you cope to say that it's very puerile, right? When the problem is that you're just on some level not equipped. And look, I'm not here to intellectually bully you or anything like that. But the stuff that you're putting up, in opposition to Hassan, right? Like loner box, right? I'm sorry, the guy is... Lonerbox is a joke. Lonerbox has been a joke. Lonerbox, I have seen him get bullied from lesser streamers than myself. And that's about as hard as I'm going to go on that one, because that one really hurts. But yeah, Lonerbox is a fucking jackass. Like Lonerbox, and not just any kind of jackass, somebody that makes excuses for Israeli snipers putting bullets in kids' heads, right? We're about to go over Lonerbox next. If you're wondering why I am pivoting to that, is because that's the next video that we got on the docket. I don't know who you would put up as this is who you should get your political news from. I generally, and also please understand, I'm not getting like my perspective on politics on Hassan Piker's from Hassan Piker, right? I'm when I watch his content, I don't find that much objectionable. I don't find that much that I disagree with. But yeah, he's coming at it from a different perspective. He himself would point that out and has pointed that out. Like if whenever I've had or people like me have had problems with some of Hassan's takes before, his response is it's not for you, right? It's not for you, right? He is doing content for people that I can't reach, just like I'm doing content for people that he can't reach. But I would say that our disagreements are relatively minor, all in all, right? He gets his news from tweets and headlines. Yeah, he's reacting to the news and he's reacting to tweets that have a lot of motion behind them, right? i.e. that which would rise to the top of his feed. Is that surprising? Do you understand the difference between commentary, in other words, like bringing up a news article to commentate on, or bringing up a tweet and giving your take on it? Do you understand the difference between that and like I see tweet from popular account, I agree 100% with everything tweet says, right? Like what you're trying to describe to me, it sounds like a bot. And I've watched Hassan, too. I don't watch, I do my own stream, so I don't have a lot of time. I don't watch his live stream, but I watch bits and pieces of it here and there. And the feeling that I get from his news conference is not that he is like taking, headlines and just copy pasting them as his opinion. But yeah, I mean, you got anything else? Like, I want to know more about how Hassan is like a 9th grader. like, if you want to say that he doesn't cover a lot of like in-depth theory discussion, you know, in his chat, I'd say, yeah, he's not socialism for all, right? There's other content creators that do that stuff. There's a ton of, you know, theory. There's a ton of theory heads out there. That's not what Hasan is doing. I'm not sure if I'm picking up exactly what you're putting down, but you're welcome to hang out and chat. We embrace, you know, divergent viewpoints, and you know, good to have you along for the ride. Anyway, yeah, like we got Schmiegel here. I don't know why it is, chat. There's something about AB as Schmiegel that is like disturbing to me. Like, it feels. What was the story? Dan wanted to be Gandalf, and then Ethan took it from him. I don't know if AB chose Gollum / Schmiegel for himself, but
kill that fucking thing, man. We are here, guys. The long-awaited Lord of the Rings. Fellowship of the Ring.
I feel like kill that thing is like the opposite of what Gandalf was like in the Wait, where's the part with bow and arrow?
Holy moly, that thing is terrifying. Holy shit. Kill that fucking thing, man. We are here, guys. The long-awaited Lord of the Rings. Fellowship of the Rings reveal.
That's right. I watched it.
Oh, I forgot the fucking the Adam Friedland thing just came out.
Uh-oh, Ela's about to annihilate.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Headshot.
Yo.
This is what people were talking about, right? That she's not holding a bow and arrow right. She's kind of holding it the way that one would hold a rifle. That's disturbing. Is anybody else like slightly disturbed by Ela pointing a bow and arrow at AB and AB dressed up like Gollum? Anybody else minorly disturbed by that? You gotta say Gollum like a frog. Wait, how an LGBT foe? I'm here to stand Hasan, says Pernition. He's a net positive for a leftist. Like I said, he is out there working with and speaking to an audience that I would not be able to engage with in the same way that he does. So I appreciate that. I don't agree with everything that he says, but like I said, compared to my disagreements with Vosh, with Destiny, with Lonerbox, with Ethan Klein, with any of these other drama slop jackasses, right? I would say my disagreements with Hasan are minor relative to that. Bullied by lesser streamers. I'll do that. Well, yeah, one of my friends did that, and then got to be called a lesser streamer by me. But we won't talk about that now, chat. I have a bit of a problem with the way Hasan flies off the handle at chatters. I've had some issues with one or two times where he's done that. I think he's corny. He is well informed, speaks well, and yeah, I'm more of a Kaya stan, chat. As far as my alignment, as far as my ideology, I would say that I have. Oh my gosh, Sasha G, I didn't count your. I got hung up talking with chatters on Twitch and did not count your. This is what I'm trying to do. Number goes up. Look at this. Number goes up to 39. 39 out of 100. That is almost 40% of the way there. We could make it, chat. It is within striking distance. I think that's the technical term, but we'll see. We'll see if we get more content today. You should get your political news from Sam Cedar. Anyone else, and you have failed, Hasan Piker might push you to look to his betters like Cedar. I mean, you know, they cover different things too. Hassan's got different areas of expertise compared to Sam. And Sam is also, you know, speaking to a different audience entirely, right? Like with myself and Hassan, there's an expectation of some sort of anti-capitalist orientation. It doesn't always happen, and it's not a requirement to be here. You're not going to get bullied for asking questions like what's wrong with capitalism or anything like that here. It's the tendency of, you know, somebody that, you know, is the kind of audience that I tend to reach is an audience that is at least skeptical of capitalism, right? And with Sam, maybe less so, right? Maybe less so. It's more of a you know, progressive outlook that Sam Cedar displays, and hence his ability to reach a slightly more middle of the road audience than I do. And that's okay. I'm not threatened by that. I don't need to, like, you know, criticize Sam over that or tell Sam that he needs to read more theory or whatever. You know, I'm okay with that. Relatively minor, much like the people Republicans are into, or Lonerbox sounds like he sold his soul. He kind of did. He sold his soul to Lauren Southern, chat. Do you know? I've got a story about that. The Boner Blocks moment that sums up who he is for me was when Boner B angrily claimed that the IOF does not execute the Hannibal Directive on civilians, but only military. If you don't know, the Hannibal Directive is what do you call it? The operation of an army is like the rules of engagement, right? In the Israeli Defense Force, is that should they witness an Israeli, you know, well, Bonerbox sounds like he's arguing only like an Israeli military member being taken captive, right? That their directive is to attack the captors with deadly violence, even if it also kills the person that's being you know, being captured, right? And you know, there's a lot of evidence that it's not only military that's done to. Fillet of Soul, Dead Milkman blues rendition. He gets his news from the news. Well, I mean, like, there's a difference between like responding. That's what I'm trying to get across is, right, there's a difference to reacting to, responding to, using the news, right, or using you know, stories in the New York Times or video segments from CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, etc. as a jumping off point. And you know, you like doing what Marcel Juby seemed to be implying Hassan was doing, which is just like, you know, you read the headline and you're like, that's my opinion. And I just haven't seen Hassan do that. I'm not sure what you're talking about. He gets ass mad anytime somebody even slightly agrees with him. That he does. Acts like a child. I'll agree with that. His information base seems to come solely from tweets. Really? See, I don't get that. Who do you think he's reading and copying his opinions from? I'm curious. Hassan does yell a lot, but he also has a public chat, so it's a lot of takes. I mean, chat, I'm sometimes not proud of my interactions with chat. Like, right? I don't think I've ever like yelled at anyone or called anybody names or anything like that, but like, I don't know. I've gotten mad before. I've gotten frustrated and, you know, kind of wished that I had taken a moment to just breathe or something. Back in my day, the nice man on BoobTube told me what a great country this was. What this great country was doing for me, yeah. Covering news on a media blackout zone like Gaza, yeah, right? You know, we're talking about a media blackout zone where we're talking about the, you know, one of the main subjects that Hassan would be found talking about these days. Ethan is no Gandalf, but anybody else bothered by this whole scene with Ela and Gollum / AB? I don't know. Chat. Here,
Here, guys, the long
Ethan says kill that thing. This is something about this makes me uncomfortable. I don't know what it is.
Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Rings review.
That's right. I watched it.
Uh-oh, Hila's about to annihilate Schmeagol. Headshot. Headshot.
Isn't that the whole thing, though, about Lord of the Rings? Like, if they had killed Schmeagol at any point, wouldn't they have been fucked? Isn't that the whole point of the thing? That, like, Bilbo could have killed Schmeagol, right? And I feel like Frodo had a chance to kill Schmeagol as well. And there were, I feel like Gandalf said something about this, specifically about the fate of that being will, determine the outcome. I don't know, right? Like it's through Schmeagol being with them when they go into Mount Doom that the ring even gets, because wasn't Frodo was going to keep the ring. Yes, Schmeagol is the fucking hero, right? Gollum actually is the hero, right? The fact that Gollum wants the ring so bad that he bites off Frodo's finger and he falls into the pit, right? That's what saves everyone, right? That's the whole, that Gollum is the hero. There we go. I don't think their analysis of this is going to be worth watching, but that's okay, chat. Like I said, we've got other stuff to watch today, so we will be jumping into that in just a second. What do you think, chat? Should we go for the loner box one? 2 out of the second part of MF Doom Scroll's comment. But as he ended his rant, he conceded that it is totally possible that the Hannibal directive, this is loner box that MF Doom Scroll is talking about, the Hannibal directive has been executed against civilians, adding wrongly. He only conceded when faced with source pushback. The freeze frame of Hila is that? Oh my god! So Hila's Legolas. I was wondering who Hila was supposed to be. Putting up her bow and arrow to Gollum AB's head is kind of wild. The Schmeagol is scaring me. Yeah, right. The long-awaited well, I think what happened is, didn't they do something like this on Twilight? I think the reason that they're doing this, right, is that they did another video where they did a deep dive. ContraPoints did like a deep dive into Twilight, right? And that video was very long video, but I think that video did pretty well for her. We haven't watched the new ContraPoints, have we? From the AP Twitter, oftentimes. Oh, as far as Hassan's news, where he'll respond from, or what he'll respond to. Dan could have the flowing mane, and Ethan took it. Yeah, here's the reason. Oh yeah, D absolute demon. All right, here's the reason that I think that Ethan, I think, as the host, should have probably been Frodo, right? Does that make sense? He should have been one of the hobbits.
You know what they...
But look at what he chose instead, right? The host, the main guy, the person who the camera is on most of the time, is wearing a big gray beard that obscures his mouth, right? I think this is a problem. And especially given that the obvious choice for Ethan would be one of the hobbits. I mean, he kind of is a hobbit, right? I mean, this is kind of, his like, I mean, it's just like, but no, he ends up fighting with Dan. Dan wanted to be Gandalf, and Ethan was like, nope, I'm the host. I get to be Gandalf.
Say, Bilbo's mercy may have more effect on us all.
That's what I'm saying.
Than we imagine.
That is what they say about Bilbo and what we imagine.
You don't even know anything about Bilbo, do you?
No, I do. I have a note about Bilbo. Bilbo is a fine name for a hobbit.
Bilbo is also a decent name for a sex toy, but that's neither here nor there, chat. That's neither here nor there.
He is very upset. What is this? Meanwhile, Ethan's New York Times debut. What? Yeah, apparently Ethan is not very happy about this. He is very upset that I got this article written, and he's been posting about it. He's been posting about it since like 6 a.m. our time. which I think is a crazy thing to do when you first wake up. Like,
Tay says there's a worse shot. It's a bit later. Can somebody give me the timestamp for that? If somebody can give me the timestamp, I'll check it out, right? They're saying there's a worse shot of what, Hila aiming a bow and arrow at AB.
Woke up and I posted about the article because, you know, it's the article that I was waiting for. I was waiting for it to come out. It's been a long time. The article took place a long ass time ago. It's all.
What is this? It's a close up of her face and looks down the barrel with it to her eye.
Odd for him to wake up and also post nonstop. Literally nobody says that except those paid by his publicist. As a recent 2 minutes ago on a multi-story Insta rant, his fluency between culture and ideology has led many to brand Piker or Joe Rogan to the left, and Mr. Rogan had a mop top and painted his nails. Literally nobody says that except those paid by his publicist. I don't have a publicist. My haters can't tell me you're not hot, bro. Jewelry and nail paint, this dude is different. Wow, 10 words you say, and they happen to pick the swastika one. So brave of him to disavow Nepo baby.
Him having a poli-sci degree is evidence that he's smart. No, that's not evidence. President Sunday has a poli-sci degree too. I mean, that's obviously not, an absolute correlation with just kidding Sunday. Just kidding Sunday. But anyway, no, it's look, if you engage with his content and what you take away from there is that he's not very smart, I don't know, there's a chance that you're some kind of, big brain, geopolitics head and you could wow us all with your opinions. And there's also a chance that it went over your head, right? And in most cases, when I hear somebody talking about denigrating Hassan's intelligence on specifically, issues of politics and of geopolitics, most of the time it's the latter. Very, very rarely it's the former, because those people that are super ultra, brains, they're the rest of the world is like dumber than them, so they're not as likely to call that shit out, since they're just like everyone matches that deficiency in knowledge and understanding, right?
Babies. Oh my god. How can people that are fans of this guy not think, dude, you're 40 years old, you have 3.
Do you mean the dudes that are known for hazing? Wait. Oh, they're comparing him to a frat boy. So wait, the article says the more authentically yourself you are, the more effective you will be, says Mr. Flynn, who was also in a college fraternity. Who is Flynn? At the end of the day, people like frat boys. So like, I don't know about this, right? People also hate frat bros. And I've been around frat bros, and like Hassan Broy, yeah, I guess. Would I be surprised to, see him like in a frat, at college age? I guess not, but he doesn't scream frat bro to me the way that this person seems to. But Ethan immediately jumps off of whoever Mr. Flynn is and says, you mean the dudes that are known for hazing their friends to death and sexually assaulting drunken college girls? Doesn't everyone hate frat bros? Yeah, I mean, kind of.
Kids, like, it's Sunday. Just, can't you save this for the show or something? Like, why are you doing this? How can people not recognize how obsessed this is? You mean the dudes that are known for hazing their friends to death and sexually assaulting drunk college girls? Doesn't everyone hate frat bros? He's dunking on every aspect of the article. Very strange stuff, man. Like, I hope he gets better. Thanks for reading my review. He posted again and said, thanks for reading my review. Dude, oh my God.
Sorry, wait, what's this about? Thanks for reading my... What is Ethan saying here? Is he thanking Hassan? Is he thanking the author? I'm not sure I understand. Anybody want to help me out with this?
You don't think the New York Times is trying to make this seem like it's optics and not about issues? Is what they've been doing since election. Dems don't need to fix their policies. They just need to leftist Joe Rogan. And that's what I think this New York Times article was playing up.
True point, chatter.
I think that they're trying to make sense of why someone like myself has seen a lot of success in an otherwise right-wing dominated landscape.
Yeah, so they talking about Hassan's intelligence. Like, look, I'm not trying to be super SJW with you here, but I am a super jump woman, and also I've got a take on intelligence that I care about a lot, even though I don't think it's a point of view a lot of people hold. Right? I see intelligence as being unquantifiable, as being a multi-splendored thing. And I'm constantly amazed at how, there are certain subjects that I know more than 99.9% of, my peers, right? As shown by standardized tests, right? I know more than like, the vast majority of people, right? And then there are other subjects that I will talk to these people that I score above on and find out that they understand that subject way better than I do. So then I have to realize that, there are different kinds of intelligence, right? There are different types of intelligence. There are different subject matters of intelligence, and being well-versed on one does not necessarily imply that you're well-versed on the other. Now, in addition to that, there's also optics, there's stereotypes, and there's associations. And when we start to get into the frat bro thing, right, we're stepping into a stereotype. We're saying that guys that act a certain way and that, I don't know, benefit from, kind of like a, social dominance, guys that have an athletic look to them, guys that are naturally confident. We associate this kind of guy with a lack of general intelligence. And we do that because sometimes guys like this, and they're going to talk about this later. What do they call it? Like the bro. Oh my God. They talk about this in the article. I gotta find it, right? But it's basically like a pedestal that like a, a certain kind of guy that's, athletic looking will just have an easier time of it in society. And for this reason, bros can get along, can get good jobs without knowing as much as maybe the rest of us would have to do. We'll be extended the benefit of the doubt. We'll be given charitability, right? We'll be held to a less high standard than the rest of us. True, right? But does that mean that everybody who's got those aesthetics is unintelligent? No. And like I said before, there are so many different types of intelligence, right?
And and for them, it's like, it can't be the issues at all. So it can't be the issues themselves. It can't be what I'm saying. So it must be like the aesthetic. And to be fair, the way I look does play a role in this, right? The way I look does play a role in this. The packaging certainly is a part of it. Yeah, he placed the laughing, crying emoji over, I guess, my statements about political correctness. He blocks commenters for what he sees as overt hate speech, but not for speaking critically when they challenge his views on topics like transgender rights or the war in Gaza. Yeah, he clipped I find anti-Semitism to be completely unacceptable, Mr. Piker said on a call in April. I find the conflation of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism to be very dangerous. He's being especially unhinged because the last episode did very...
So that's what Ethan covered up with the oversized emoji.
Because it was the first step in a while, not clickbaiting you or iDubbbz. Yeah. As usual, he puts out the dog whistle on his Instagram stories. And then his rabbit fan base starts a harassment campaign. Shame on you. Oh, he's... Report this.
That was the name of the author of the New York Times article, right? He literally posted the byline, right? The line of the story that says who's it's by, and he says, shame on you. What is that other than sicking the Fupa Troopas on the author? Right? Shame on you. I don't know what else you're doing there.
Trash puff piece of the New York Times editorial board. Thanks for posting first today. This is clearly push.
I mean, I will agree that it's a trash puff piece. I will agree that I think the analysis is pretty shallow, and they're more interested in aesthetics than they are in substance. There's not even a possibility in the mind of, this, like, and it's not just the author, because like my understanding is the author of this one also writes for Rolling Stone and isn't exactly typical of the New York Times mindset, but the New York Times mindset is oblivious to the idea that there might be something to what Hassan's saying that makes him popular, beyond his looks, right? That there might be something to his analysis and, and to certain, insurgent candidates that came very close to winning the Democratic primary, that people are attracted to something like a candidate that's focused on your material needs, your material conditions. Like the fact that if you are a worker in America, you essentially, the average worker in America has been stuck at the same effective pay rate since like the 70s, while our rent goes up, while our groceries go up, while everything around us goes up, right? Our pay rate hasn't gone up. They're just oblivious to this, and I think on some level they're paid to be oblivious, right? So there's definitely criticisms of the New York Times in general, and even this article in specific. Some of the stuff that they're praising Hassan Piker for is pretty shallow here, but at the same time, like the problem that the Fupa Trupas have with this is just that it's positive towards Hassan, right?
Forward by a publicist working for Hasan to get ahead of any negative publicity. Dude, I don't think these guys understand. They're allowing an email hate brigade on their sub, not linking directly, but I posted a tweet about it. I don't know if these guys understand that like this kind of stuff is very annoying to newspapers in general. You don't come across as like a normal person.
Speaking of Tim Pool, wait, when were we speaking of Tim Pool? Anyway, I'll allow it. He was at the White House, 80 degrees and still wearing a beanie. Yeah, and just like, it's depressing. The press conferences, chat, are one of the most depressing things about the Trump administration, honestly. Like, Trump's a joke. OAN, the Trump-friendly press, is a joke. And it's not just OAN, it's not just Fox News, right? There's people on, in more mainstream news sources that are definitely, trying to maintain access to the president. But to hear them ask a question that amounts to, why are you so awesome, even though your critics are completely unfair to you, right? It hurts, right? And I get it that that's the same kind of question that you'd expect from Pravda, from any kind of regime that it insulates itself against criticism, and that insulates it with people that are positive towards the regime, right? But when it's your country where that's happening, it hits different. It's worse. It's actually depressing and embarrassing and disgraceful. It's honestly kind of disgraceful. Oh my God, I'm behind in chat again. I'm so far behind. Chat's it's like one of those disaster movies where chat is like a path that I'm walking on, and there's an earthquake and it's falling out behind me. There are a lot of things about Hasan that annoy me. I wish he'd change, but nothing that's a deal breaker yet. He's a net positive. Yeah, I'd say so. Hassan's entire ideology and perspective comes from what's the anti-Western take. Well, see, now there's your problem, right? What's the anti-Western take? Do you see where you're falling down there, Marcel? There's not one. There's many. There's many perspectives to criticize Western oh my God, do you see the dog whistle in what you're saying? If you wanted to say like America bad, that'd be one thing, but like putting it into Western and anti-Western, and you're just reflexively against the West, right? When actually the West is very good, and that's where it's just you have like laundered racism, right? Into this analysis of Western versus anti-Western. And, it's coming, I guess, from like a more like liberal perspective, but it's the same fucking shit as MAGA. It's wild how you can't see that. That's what blows my mind, right? Because I'm not here to hate on you or dunk on you or use you as a prop in my stream or anything like that. I really, I love to engage with people. I love to talk to people. I love to change people's minds and have my mind changed. I love to learn new things, right? But this anti-Western take shit is sus. Right. And look, I'm not trying to call you like a racist. All right. That's not my point. Right. I'm not like trying to say that you're, dog whistling or trying to, sneak anything in here or anything like that. I think you're honestly oblivious of it. I think you've absorbed something without being completely conscious of that. I would beg you to analyze that which you've absorbed. Right. Because it's brainworms. It's brainworms and there's not a lot of substance there. Oh my God, I missed something. I'm gonna have to scroll past all of chat in order to pick up on it again. What just happened? What just happened? Something just happened. Tay-Tay just got weaseled. But who did it? Who did the weaseling? Who's responsible? Why can't I see? Oh, no, you just did a member chat. Okay, the timestamp, 10 minutes and 27 seconds. I'll take a look at it, Tay-Tay. Thank you for re-upping your membership, by the way. Wait, is that what just happened? I don't even know. But regardless, that is a good way to get my attention. All right, what are we trying to look for here? 10 minutes, 27 seconds into... this one.
Battery, bro. It's still impressive, Dan. Okay. All right, so, yeah. Talk to me, Hila. Damn, look at you. Hold on a sec.
So, did we decide that she's Legolas? Is that who she's doing? Charlie Kelly, thank you for the super chat. If you're a leftist, like, actually ideologically consistent, you will be anti-Western. In fact, most of the global leftists will be. Well, you'll recognize what is being said when we talk about things of like the West and the non-West, right? This is just a racial hierarchy that has been established in, I guess, the Western mind that puts, that divides us from the rest of the world, puts us on top, looks at everyone else's shit as backwards, and looks at our own shit as if it doesn't stink and can't stink, right? That's a problem. That you're never going to do good analysis through that lens.
Shit, dude.
What's she doing?
Fuck.
At what point do we admit we didn't finish the movie last night?
Well, well, hold on. First of all, not at this point. Okay, first of all. Second of all, I wasn't even planning on watching it because I've seen that movie.
Wait, what are we talking about? We're talking to like this part right here where she looks down the arrow.
All right, so yeah.
Oh, this is what people are saying. People are saying that she's holding the arrow like incorrectly for, a bow and arrow, but it's correctly for if you're using a rifle.
Damn, look at you. Hold on a sec. Shit.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to hold a rifle correctly, so I can't really speak to that, but either way.
Person. And also, this is a direct brigade. Can you stop talking about him? Dude, are you stupid? Are you actually that stupid that you don't understand what I'm showing here is not just like me doing drama? Like, what are you talking about? This is a direct brigade. Like, this is also literally by Reddit standards not allowed. Like, this is, you're harassing a journalist and you're trying to get a journalist fired for writing writing a profile on someone you don't like. This is literally Gamergate. This is what Gamergaters were doing for years and years. It's so insane because, like, every content creator has a decent amount of stalkers, right? But most content creators don't have a stalker that basically makes content off of them stalking, like everything that I do. I like you aren't downplaying the positive side of their obsession aesthetic and rapping aside. There's a real benefit to you being given publicity. Negativity be damned. Yeah, because I don't want people to get fired for...
Okay, what do we got here? Irene, we need to cover Elizabeth Warren's interview with Sam Fragoso. He got her to clown herself. My jaw was on the floor. Damn. Damn. I'll look that up.
I mean, it's not going to happen anyway, but I don't want people to have to deal with like annoying calls and shit like that. Like, it's so stupid. It's so lame. You know what I mean? It doesn't play the role they think. I really hate how the DNC was has even independence as far as the majority report talking about messaging when it's a completely vapid party and makes the program very close to his doom. Yeah.
Oh, that one.
Ethan was so shocked. What is this? We are not a Hassan snark. Over 150 posts in the last 7 days filled with such bangers as Hassan is jealous of Ethan. I can't stop imagining Hassan bringing someone back to his place for the first time. Note the Hassan post of the most engagement. Yeah.
Wait, I think we saw this part.
They used the subreddit.
I'm sorry, chat. I'm having to go through different industrial complex channels to reconstruct the whole segment here.
Like, I mean, it's a snark subreddit for sure. This is not the first time that these guys have done this. Anytime any journalist has ever written anything about me, they have to basically go private for like a week. It's so gross, man. It's crazy because like none of these other... I wish that like other content creators that are in this space would at least pay a little bit of attention to this and be like, all right, man, you know, this is gotten out of hand. Every hater when he talks about you and you respond, oh my God, can you move on? What? Yeah. Reddit is where the niche issues get resolved and where decency goes to die afterwards. Other content creators don't have mainstream news asking for their political opinions. No, I know, but like this is very clearly a major issue, right? On its own, regardless, like this is an extended year-long crash out that has turned into like constant brigading, doxing campaigns, frivolous litigation to get people's private information, to bully them, to harass them, going after Redditors, going after journalists. Like it's so weird. It's so strange that it's just like something that we all have to put up with. Other content creators themselves see this kind of thing and go, ugh, I don't want to say anything because I don't want to incur the...
Okay, so like I said, chat, I'm having to kind of put this back together. What I really am looking for is Hassan reading the article because I don't have access to the article through the paywall, so I'm going to have to get...
They love that shit.
I know he read his the article about him at some point, and I'm just looking for that. But I think I found a longer segment from Hasanabi Productions. We're just going to have to skip around a little bit.
I think this is beneficial for him as well. He gets to feel smart, which is what he wants more than anything else, and it gives him like clout as well. I mean, he's, you know, I feel like he's got his own shit to worry about at this point, though. I mean, he's got like a billionaire that he has a defamation suit around. So, I don't normally condone this kind of stuff. What? No. Shut the up. Don't say like that. Hot take. I think the reason he wants to debate you is so he can close the strong obsession and make it into a less small obsession. Thus, he can pull all his main focus to iDubbbz. He's like the USA with the Middle East and China. No. Chris
what?
Popped off again. Loner Box, Israel's dumbest propagandist.
I kind of want to watch that one.
Wow.
This video. I kind of want to watch this.
Anyway, did he have targets before you, which became so obsessive about? Yes, I think pretty much everyone. But the only difference is I don't think it was this long and this extended. And also, their politics were so bad and the stuff that they had done were so bad that most people didn't realize that it was like obsessive in a similar vein, myself included. Like, I don't also know Ethan's background that well. I'm not super familiar with what he.
Frown Chad says, does a Morpheus impression. What if I told you there are anti-Western perspectives that come from the West? Is that air you're breathing?
Done with like his former podcast co-hosts like Trisha or any number of different people that he's like targeted in the past, whether it be what do you call it? Keemstar or all these other dudes, right? Like, I don't know. So, you know, but he talks about Loner Box still staying there. Wait, what? Oh, this is the other thing I was going to show you. Before the New York Times article came out, he posted one of my full takes where I say, like, if you're a Zionist, like, I think people who promote Israel should not be in local office. Like, they should be treated in the same exact way that people who promote Nazi Germany or apartheid South Africa are. And and he posted it on his Instagram. He posted it on his Instagram story, my full take. Here I think, like, this will never happen, but in a totally just world, any kind of, regardless of your background, any kind of Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone be the local dog catcher as Felix was posting if they've ever exhibited any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this. I think, like, this will never happen, but in a yeah. So he posted this and said, "This is a significant escalation of violent, dehumanizing language, even for him." And I found this very strange. Does he assume that people are not going to actually watch or listen to the video that he posted? Like, what's the dehumanizing and violent language here? Can you tackle the argument? Or is it all you got is just a cry and be like, wow, he's being mean to Israel again and defenders of Israel again. How violent and how dehumanizing. I said, Lamau, yes, I think a politician supporting Israel, which is an apartheid state doing a genocide, should be treated in the same way as a politician supporting Nazi Germany or apartheid South Africa. Why is this violent language exactly? You could say this about Russia or Iran and you get promoted, but God...
You know, I mean, like, if you want to, like, unpack what he says there, right? You know, you could interpret some violence into that. Like, a politician supporting Nazi Germany, you'd really have to twist. You'd really have to twist his tweet here to make it violent, right? If he said something like they should be treated the same way that the architects of the Holocaust were in the Nuremberg trials, then you could interpret some like espousing violence there, but that's not what he's saying. He's talking about like an American politician supporting Nazi Germany. How should they be treated? Well, I mean, the assumption would be they should not be voted for, right? Or apartheid South Africa. Don't vote for that politician. There's no implied violence there.
Yes, I think a politician supporting Israel, which is an apartheid state doing a genocide, should be treated in the same way as a politician supporting Nazi Germany or apartheid South Africa. Why is this violent language exactly? You could say this about Russia or Iran and you get promoted, but God forbid you say this about Israel. Like, how do people figure this out? Just be ready for this to be a big deal, even though he banned this person? No, it's not going to be a big deal. They found a chatter in the photos they took that was insta banned. Like, I don't give a shit. It's only a big deal if you make it a big deal by bringing it over here.
Chat. Does anybody know what they're talking about? They're talking about a chatter that got insta-banned. Ethan's going to try to make a big deal out of this. Can somebody help me here? What are we talking about? Any Hasanabi heads in chat? Winston Churchill was a politician who supported Nazi Germany until he didn't. Has Hassan ever criticized Bernie for saying Israel has the right to defend itself? Yes. I believe I have seen him criticize Bernie for exactly that. It's funny how Ethan does all this weird stalker shit, but ran away whenever Hasan said he'd talk to him. Oh, yeah. No, he pretended he wanted to debate, and then he ran away. Wait, if you're looking for Hasan reading the article, oh, Hasan, thank you, Sylvie. You could go to Hasan's VOD. The article starts at 41:50. I think I found it on YouTube. So a little bit easier to watch these things on YouTube because of the window size, but we can go to Hasan's VOD. Thank you for the timestamp, though. Does Jesse Ventura have a MAGA body? Does John Cena have a MAGA body? Yeah, what is a MAGA body exactly? Anybody want to help me with what they're talking about here? So, some Hasanabi head in chat must know what this is about. Something about Ethan and somebody that they insta-banned, and he's going to make a big deal about this, but Hasan's like, don't, I should send her the paywall bypass thing. Yeah, they went after that psychologist. Oh, the psychology in Seattle. I'm not sure I understand what Hasan's talking about here. Okay, it was a chatter saying some vulgar, violent shit about an IOF person. Okay, so a chatter in Hasan's Twitch chat said some vulgar, violent shit about an IOF person. They were insta-banned, but Ethan's going to try to make this into like, look at Hasan's chatters. They're saying violent stuff. Look at that. Oh, look at the community. Look at the community that he's cultivated. There was a vile chat message on a photo of Hasan's screen. Oh, in the New York Times article. So it was because it was screen capped in the article. That's why Ethan's making a big deal about this. But it was a chatter who was like immediately banned. Turned out the chatter was banned pretty much immediately. Maybe Ethan will try to spin it because Hasan recently talked about not banning chatter. I don't think that's where he's going with it. I think he's going to try to like claim that this chatter is a, function of how Hasan conducts himself, right? He's going to try to blame Hasan's rhetoric for the chatter. The chatter was immediately timed out and eventually banned. Yeah, Bernie Sanders also voted to confirm Marco Rubio. Not one single senator said no. Yeah, right. That's a bad Bernie. That's a bad Bernie. You spin a MAGA, they will rotate for several seconds. Wait, is this like a spin a MAGA during what, the equinox? Is this like an equinox or a solstice thing? The thing like where you spin an egg? Posted in discourse. Thank you. Ethan grasping straws always. A public chat with 20% plus hate watchers at any given point who want to have him banned. I had 20% plus hate watchers at one point. What happened to those hate watchers? Like, there's so much more bought and paid for in the government than I really ever realized. Makes me feel like there's not a lot of hope for, as in terms of money in politics. I was hoping Bernie Sanders would vote against having a U.S. Secretary of State who also indicating he would be deporting students for their speech. Not even Bernie voted against Rubio. Yeah, the Democrats are pathetic in general, and even the outliers are sometimes really, really disappointing. Ethan actually included the IG story, something like likely about Ela in regards to the comment. Oh my God. Oh my, he's just stretching. He is stretching so hard.
Who cares if they try to like brigade it and lose their minds over it? Yes, unlike Ethan, I actually don't only have paid members who I then ban anyway. Okay, so this part we already saw. Now the one thing we haven't seen already, chat, and we're getting kind of close to the end of the stream. What are we at? We're at 44% out of 100%. If I've done my calculations correctly, which I don't know, check my mouth if you want to, but I think we're at 44%. We are 56% from
hitting that bonus level of 100%. So, we're kind of coming down to the wire on this. Although this is a fairly long segment that we're about to jump right into. I found the video that I probably should have watched in the first place. This is Hasanabi Productions. I think this is the entirety of the, New York Times saga, the New York Times arc, right? I'll have to skip around through this because no doubt we've already seen some of this video already, but this is, this will be the rest of it. So we're going to have to get to the Chris Kunstler loaner box video some other time, unfortunately.
40 years old, you have 3 kids, like, it's Sunday. Just, can't you save this for the show or something? Like, why are you doing this? How can people not recognize how obsessed this is? Yeah, we'll start off with the New York.
Wait, unless I can somehow jam pack that into, like, what do we have for the dono goal? More Ethan Crash Out is winning. Oh, I don't think I can shoehorn that Chris Kunstler video into more Ethan Crash Out. Covert Dictatorship is second place. That's its own video. TYT, completely different subject. Cover the news. Yeah, no, I can't shoehorn it, but regardless, chat.
Times article, obviously we'll get to reading on the New York Times article, obviously, because that's crazy. I read it this morning. It was like 11 minutes long. It's not super long. Article was written like a long ass time ago, but it finally came out. I assume there was some setbacks considering some of my statements about Israel that had to go through that I suspect I had to go through a rigorous editorial process, which, a rigorous editorial process where they had to figure out how to, we'll write it, we'll read it. Can you please cover East Crash It over the New York Times? I'm dying laughing at how insane it is. I will probably not do that. I mean, good for him, I guess. I don't know. There are like 8 IG stories. Why is he losing his mind so hard? God damn. Just, bro, it's Sunday, man. And they reference your stream at Coachella. Keck W. Wait,
what? Oh my God.
What are you doing? I don't. Biggest bank CEO might know who you are now. Look at my last message. Something I thought you'd find interesting. I work in cybersecurity at one of the largest financial institutions in the world. We recently had 2K emails go to our C execs to revoke Kneecap's visa, and they reference your stream at Coachella. Keck W. Wait, what? You work at cybersecurity at one of the largest financial institutes in the world. We recently had 2,000 plus emails go to our C-level execs to revoke Kneecap's visa, and they reference your stream at Coachella. Dude, there is only one speed for people who love Israel, dude, and it's like perma crash out. There's no like reasonable discourse. It's just like, this person said Israel, we have to kill him. Please, can you please like stop him from using financial tools? Can you please stop him from being able to exist in society? It's like, bro, what are you guys doing, man? Dial it back, dude. Dial it back. It's like they don't even care about trying to defend the indefensible. They just immediately go, why would you ever talk positively about someone who has said Israel is a f***ed up country? This is so messed up, dude. How dare you? How freaking dare you? It's an instant situation. It's just like, there's one speed only. What is this? Sorry to drama farm, but he's using a big ass. Okay, dude. You guys are really going to force me to cover this. What is it? Ethan Klein using a massive emoji in his Insta story to block out the part of the article where Hassan says, I find anti-Semitism to be completely acceptable, is so shameless. What a sad little man. Yeah, I don't know why he doesn't just show that. Do you see this? I hope CNN reaches out. Damn, Brian Stelter posted about me? That's crazy. Says the mask on Marxist-Leninist. Okay, listen. Can blast off, please. Oh my God, we'll do it. Louis Thoreau.
Okay, wait.
Bro, they had these images side by side. They hate you so much. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This is pretty chaotic. It's nowhere... Actually, that's not true. It's pretty chaotic back here still.
Wait, what is this from is this from the article?
Great. Who is this? Everything about this headline and fawning of peace viscerally disgusts me. Why are we yielding the word progressive to people who daydream about who he's destroying their country? Why spend a whole column sucking up to him? Why call fitness MAGA? Every bit is wretched. Richard Hanania is mad. Oh,
I don't like. Yeah, I feel like. Look. This is what I hate about the New York Times. Right? Is they will see a right-wing narrative, and rather than kicking the tires and scratching the paint, they just accept it. Oh, I guess fitness is MAGA now. Okay.
oh no. The new liberal media darling who is an out and about eugenic.
Now, fitness is being used by a vector to spread a MAGA viewpoint. That's true, right? Right-wingers have gotten some traction, some movement with that kind of thing, but it's so ridiculous to try to, like, fitness is a huge thing practiced by, I don't know, 30% of, like, you know, like there's a good portion of people that are into fitness, and I don't know if you could even say like a majority of them are right wing. You know, there are right wing fitness influencers that use their you know, sort of fitness content as an inroad to spread, you know, either like red pill, you know, mentality, or just, you know, kind of general anti-feminism or something like that, right? But that doesn't mean that fitness is right wing. And look, if you keep on saying it, you will make it true, especially if you're the New York Times.
This white supremacist is mad at me for getting positive coverage over the New York Times. I thought he hated the Trump administration. Maybe he should lock in and you know, respect the number one hater of Donald Trump in perpetuity, because I've been in the mother trenches. Richard Hanania. Is the article linked anywhere from the New York Times front page or lifestyle section? I can't find it. It's great. It seems like this is pissed off all of the people. Bad and Banana called you a toy of the system in his YouTube community post. Yeah, I know. I mean, good. I didn't know that, but I'm not shocked by it. You guys don't have to keep us up to date. No, it's fine. It's all good. All right. Here, we're blasting off, chat. Let's go. What is this? First introduced your stream to my girlfriend the other day and everything seemed chill, but just yesterday she told me you were a horrible person and the video she watched was from none other than... Dude, I genuinely don't know what to say to people who are so malleable that they watch like one drama YouTube video and go, well, my whole worldview changed about this man. He seems like
Accept it or push it. I don't know. Like, I mean, like, look, there's so many problems with the New York Times, right? It wasn't great even, you know, prior to the New York Times getting subsumed by a fairly annoying part of the intellectual dark web, the part that insists on denying its own ideology, denying its own right-wing tendencies, right? That's who's kind of in charge at the New York Times right now. Sort of, you know, the contrarian element, the contrarian denialist element of the intellectual dark web is what's in charge at the New York Times, right? And these are really annoying people, but even prior to that, the New York Times was not great. You know, the New York Times was very much a part of the establishment that that created or like made a you know, the perfect environment for Trumpism to grow, right? It wasn't great, but it's even worse now. It's even worse now.
Seems to be a monster. Like, I forget that. It makes me sad that people...
But yeah, as far as whether they're allowing a narrative or pushing a narrative of MAGA being, you know, of MAGA essentially owning fitness, it almost doesn't matter.
People are so malleable and so susceptible to like... They just don't ever exercise critical thinking or media literacy. And they certainly don't exercise media literacy when it comes to like, oh, I'm on the front page, dude. What the hell? Okay. People don't exercise media literacy when it comes to mainstream news, which is ironic because that's a big part of what I do, right? This is also part of the reason why I constantly rail on the New York Times, especially the paper of record, the gray lady, because my expectation is that they're supposed to uphold a very important standard, especially in a time when people need good news, like good newspaper coverage, good journalism. more than ever, right? But a big part of what I do is to, one, go through the misinformation that is all around the internet and parse through it, and then try to explain to you what parts of these misinformation, what kind of narratives are developing online, what kind of narratives are developing in the media, and to show you through real journalism and critical thinking what is actually going on, so you can develop a better so you can develop a better framework, right? And this pisses off a lot of people. What? Who's your manager? I want to hire them. You're doing so well. None of this is because of my management. I don't have like a PR person. This is entirely because people reach out, okay? These are journalists who themselves reach out, or editorial teams themselves who reach out. Like, I love my management, and my management is great. But this is just people directly reaching out to do interviews. Like, you're calm down. It's the New York Times. You're acting like it's Global Times or CGTN. Okay, calm down. In any case, A Progressive Mind in a MAGA Body. The title is, okay, the editor, Hassan Head, who's an editor in the chat, was not wrong. This is the title, because she said the title is kind of cringe, but the article is actually pretty good. And yeah, let's do.
So yeah, the title was Progressive Mind in a MAGA Body. It's very cringe.
Certain someone is convinced.
They did change it. I don't know where all they got pushback from, but you know, obviously Ethan Klein didn't like it. Hassan's detractors didn't like it, and obviously, you know, it's probably cringe to even fans of Hassan. Just call him a progressive mind in a MAGA body. But they changed it to, what was it, like a red pill?
And someone is paying.
I think he says it later, right? They changed the title.
All these journals to make puff pieces about you. Yes, dude, it's Qatar. Okay, it's Qatar. I control the media. Okay, I control the media. I have my tentacles in all of these outlets, dude. It can't be that like adult journalists that simply know more than a dumbass YouTube drama slop tube channel have their own convictions, and perhaps maybe even see me as an entry point to basically evade the pre-existing censors within these institutions, you know? But yeah, no, it's not that. It's not that, you know, adults that have their own, you know, that have their own perspectives on these issues don't see what I'm saying in 30-second increments and then place themselves in a paranoid state and instead understand what I'm trying to do. Yeah, I control the media. So, A Progressive Mind in a MAGA Body, article headline is not the best, okay? Article headline is not, you know, it's kind of weird because I feel like MAGA Body, that's going to piss off a lot of people. I think what they meant there wasn't necessarily like your physical body. I think what they were saying is like MAGA packaging. You know what I mean? I think that would have been probably a better title for this instead of A Progressive Mind in a MAGA Body. If they said Progressive Mind in a MAGA package or something, or in a bro package or a manosphere package, that makes a little bit more sense. But they condensed the headline. And I'm going to explain to you guys how these sorts of news bits happen, how these sorts of puff pieces or profiles take place. Hopefully this will be educational. I'll tell you like what, you know, some parts that are left out of it versus like what the editorial process looks like to the best of my ability. I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm not, you know, I'm not talking to the journalists who wrote this piece beyond whenever they call in for follow-ups, right? So articles written by Jack Crosby. He's very cool. He's a very chill guy. He is, you know, he's a leftist, obviously. Mostly writes in the Rolling Stones. He's written all around, however. And originally, the article is supposed to be like a major profile, but then obviously a lot of these other articles start coming in. Slate.com drops an article, and then obviously that kind of like cooks their angle because like everyone is trying to go for the same angle. And then the New York Magazine piece came out, and that was a very long profile. So then that that causes them to like push it back, restructure the article a little bit, and ultimately you arrive at this framing, right? But in any case, remember, the journalist doesn't choose the title. And the journalist doesn't even actually choose in.
Would people be willing to listen to Hasan if he wasn't hot? I mean, it depends on who you're talking about, right? A lot of the Hasanabi heads that I know would be willing to listen to him. The kind of like outward realm of his reach, though, maybe not, right? Like, does he sound more credible? Does he come off more credible to like the gym audience, the gym bro audience, than he would if he, you know, had no chin, if he looked like Leafy is here, you know, possibly, right? It's just, it depends on who you're talking about.
Most circumstances, like journalists will have feedback on which direction the article will go in, but they don't necessarily control the way that the article is going to be presented, right? That's the editorial team's decision. And let's be real, the New York Times' editorial team is not necessarily, now this is the style section, so it's different, but the New York Times' broader editorial team is probably not super fond of me. Like, they probably see me as an ally for being a unique figure in the space that is a progressive figure, like unconditionally.
I don't know. This makes me worried that Hasan really doesn't, like, this is not my understanding of the New York Times editorial team, right? Maybe he knows them better than I do, right? I don't know. My understanding of the culture at the New York Times in general is like annoyingly contrarian, always trying to find an angle that is more, you know, pro right wing than it needs to be, sometimes in order to just defy the stereotype of the New York Times, because they have this reputation as being the liberal paper of record. They are always trying to disprove that by, like, you know, how can we beat up on trans people, like, for instance, right? Yeah, I don't have the impression of the New York Times editorial team that Hasan does, but maybe he's talking specifically about the editorial team. What have we got here? Lady Badash says, I'm hungry and sleepy. Which one should I take care of first? I had the same conundrum last night, Lady Badash, where I was hungry and, but it was late at night and, you know, I didn't feel like cooking for myself. I ended up just getting fruit, right? I tried to find like a restaurant, but none of the restaurants were open. And so I ended up just going to like a fruit stand and getting some mango and dragon fruit.
Progressive figure, if not a radical one, in a space that is dominated by, you know, far right extremism. Outside of that, they do see that this is like, you know, I'm clearly doing something that is unique enough for them to be like, let's offer this some coverage. But here it is. Hasan Piker pumps iron, likes weapons, and wears pearls.
Here we go.
Masculinity is one of many fans online, and
this is what I was looking for, chat.
Has been a useful vehicle for his politics. Hasan Piker has become a star on Twitch and YouTube for hosting hours-long video streams that cover cultural topics like fitness, gaming, and fashion, as well as his socialist politics. By Drac Crosby. Hasan Piker thinks being a man is simple. Like many of his successful internet personalities who appeal to a generation of young men, Mr. Piker, a 33-year-old Twitch and YouTube streamer, is a bro. He likes weapons, inhales supplements, uses nicotine pouches, and ruminates endlessly on the legacy of LeBron.
Inhale supplements? What supplements does Hasan? What is he on? Like creatine and stuff? What kind of supplements?
On James, but unlike many of his,
I actually, maybe I just haven't watched much of his fitness stuff, but I haven't ever seen him, you know, talk about supplements. But he definitely inhales Zens. He definitely inhales the nicotine pouches.
Mr. Piker, an avowed socialist, is just as at ease dressing in French-made drag as he is on a basketball court. In the 6 years since he started his daily online broadcast about culture and politics, Mr. Piker has become a streaming star. He He has about 4.5 million followers combined on YouTube and Twitch, the platform wildly popular with Americans who came of age during the COVID-19 pandemic.
All right, let's check in one last time, right? Since we're coming up on this is going to be the last segment unless we hit the sub goal. What's winning right now? Number 1 is more of Ethan's crash out. Number 2 is Trump's covert American dictatorship. That's a video essay from Spectacles. Number 3 is TYT, Rebellion Pack fires Wu. We'll look into Brianna Wu leaving Rebellion Pack. Was it because of bullying from the Vanguard? Or was it really like Brianna Wu claims that she wants to spend more time with her family? Number 4 is cover the news, goddammit. Right? We are, coming up at the tail end. We're 44% of the way towards that sub goal. You might not be able to see it, but here, let me like put it somewhere where you can see. There we go. 44% out of 100. That is 50, a mere 56% from keeping me on a little bit later and covering one more topic. But we are coming down to the wire as far as that goes. This will be the last topic I cover. Other than that, remember this thing goes up whenever you do a super chat, a super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, if you support me on Throne, or if you sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, which I greatly appreciate because we are effectively demonetized over that. So the only way I get paid at all is through the support of viewers like you at Twitch. And we are almost to the point as far as the number of subs where Twitch will have to start paying me at a higher rate. So if you want to force Twitch's hand, force them to give me more money, I don't know how many more subs we're lacking, but we're very close. We're closing in on that level. So that is my spiel on that. Remember, when you do donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics that I've just read off that you want to see as the bonus segment, and I will put your money where your mouth is. Wait, I will put your money where the mouth is. I don't know, chat. I'll add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. So far, I don't have any requests to do that, so nothing's got extra motion, and looks like more of Ethan's crash out is dominating. So if you don't like that fact, you can fight it by letting me know which of these topics you want to see covered other than more of Ethan's crash out when you donate, and I will add it as a percentage and possibly put it over the line. But again, kind of running out of time here.
It just comes down to confidence.
We'll see.
That's what people are talking about when it comes to masculinity, Mr. Piker said in an interview. They're talking about confidence. That confidence carries over into Mr. Piker's discussions of politics. On his streams, conversations about dating, gaming, or exercising often turn into rants supporting organized labor, universal health care, LGBTQ rights. He will just as frequently pivot from criticizing the Democratic Party or the Israeli government to slamming right-wing comedians. This fluency between culture...
I'm sorry. I know that I guess this guy is like Hassan, like Hassan's friendly with this guy or stuff. I don't think it's a well-written article. I don't like how the article... I know kind of like why the article's coming off like this, right? Magazines and media in general establishes a culture, a perspective, a voice, if you will, right? And to effectively work at one of these, publications, you've got to adopt that, right? You've got to write your article from that perspective. I guess it's just that perspective, especially as it's expressed at the New York Times at the moment, is really, really annoying to me, right? I feel like this article is almost worthless. And which is to say that this perspective is worthless, right? Which is not a good thing, but
ideology has led many to brand Mr. Piker a Joe Rogan of the left. If Mr. Rogan had a mop top and painted his nails, Mr. Piker.
What the fuck does that mean? What is a Joe Rogan of the left? People keep on saying this. I don't know if they even know what that means or would look like.
Studio earlier this year, he knows his success on camera has been partly aided by the way he looks. Mr. Piker's success on camera, in some parts, has been aided by the fact that he is, by conventional standards, a very handsome man. He's 6 feet 4 inches tall and built like a professional athlete with a square jaw, a beard, and a head of thick, dark hair. It's the one aspect that many of my haters can't shake, Mr. Piker said of his appearance on a Twitch broadcast last year. They can't turn around and be like, you're not hot. His physique is the result of an intense fitness regimen that on a sunny morning in January involved repeated sets of squats with a 275-pound barbell, Romanian deadlifts,
respectable
lifts, and walking.
It's a good exercise.
Lunges.
Another good exercise.
Dude, that's it. I'm in the paper of record as being a hottie It's over. It's ironic because, like a lot of those Sigma grindset guys are constantly talking about regimens and being an alpha dog, Mr. Piker said, referring to subjects of memes about masculinity that are commonplace in right-wing discourse online, I do live that life, he added. But then I have the diametrically opposite politics. Protected by jock insurance. Indeed.
That's what I was talking about earlier, Chad. I couldn't come up with what they were saying, right? But jock insurance is the phrase. I've never heard this phrase before, but what the author's trying to say here is that he's allowed to challenge authority without getting the kind of immediate pushback that somebody without the jock insurance or this kind of like credibility where he looks, sounds, and acts like a gym bro, right? This is maybe a specialized kind of male privilege you could look at this as, right? And you definitely see this, right? Oftentimes, guys like Hassan who challenge the status quo will get rewarded for the very same things that somebody like, I don't know, Denims, right, who doesn't have that image, who doesn't have that identity, gets punished for, right? And I'm sure you've seen that a lot of times, right? Where, the same thing makes like a male creator pop off that would like kill a female creator's career. Right? I've experienced this myself, to be completely frank with you, right? So I definitely know what they're talking about here in terms of jock insurance, and it's real.
Thousands of viewers may watch his videos for his political views, but so many also tune in for the view of Mr. Piker himself, whose social media profiles are littered with suggestive images of his muscly body in states of undress. What the heck is this? That's crazy. Or thirst traps, as the pictures are known. Some of his fans scrape, screenshot, clip, and repackage them into fan cams that travel across the internet, glorifying Mr. Piker's appearance and indirectly his beliefs. Emma Morgan, a 27-year-old researcher, is among them. A lot of people are just really shallow online, Ms. Morgan said. There's a stigma of, if you care about marginalized people, if you care about these issues, you must be a weak basement-dwelling dude. If I have to make a fan cam to radicalize people, she added, then I will. The Hassan Thirst Talk Clips Industrial Complex gets a shout out here. Yep. Lit up Emma. Mr. Piker approaches getting dressed with the same meticulousness as he does working out. Each day he streams, he typically posts a selfie of his outfit before he starts. His clothing choices can sometimes be as provocative as his opinions. On a recent trip to Japan, Mr. Piker wore a tight French maid's outfit, a pair of fuzzy cat ears, and a demure string of pearls while streaming from one of the country's maid cafes. During a Twitch stream in 2023, Mr.
Can't find dragon fruit to save your life. Don't pretend that there's no fruit in Canada. Isn't it berry season, Lady Badash? I don't know, though. I don't know how expensive stuff is. Berries can be expensive.
Mr. Piker asked viewers to participate in a live demographic survey. Those who did offered a sense of his audience. About 70% of the participants identified as male, more than 60% identified as being younger than 30, and about 40% identified as having a sexual orientation other than straight. Mr. Piker benefits from jock insurance. I've never heard this before, but it makes perfect sense, by the way, after I read the article. Said Tristan Bridges, a sociologist who studies masculinity and gender at the University of California, Santa Barbara. The term is used to describe how men with a lot of masculine gender capital are generally given more leeway to do things like challenge norms.
Oh my God. Okay, so this is a real thing. Wait, Tristan Bridges, a sociologist, right? So sociology talks about jock insurance? I mean, this is definitely a real phenomenon here. But I don't know. Something about the way that they're talking about it makes it sound like, this is a part of male privilege. This is a segment, like I said before, a specialized type of male privilege, right?
And make mistakes, he added, for an appearance at the 2020.
And it's ironic that the same people that would have been, performatively calling out male privilege as if it was a negative attribute towards men, as if the problem was that, men exist, and by the nature of being a man, you're like almost like culpable for male privilege, which is not the problem, which is not the point of the privilege discourse, right? But it's, from people like on the New York Times, you'd hear it put like that, right? They are now looking at it as like this special ability. Look at these men who have the special jock insurance with which they're able to move in both worlds as if they were some sort of sacred monster. You know, like right now they're like seeing it as cool. And it's like, look, it's not cool. And it's not, you know, you're not bad for being a guy. All right. Both analyses are fucking bullshit.
2024 TwitchCon convention, Mr. Piker wore a tank top that showed off his arm.
Like, I mean, yeah, you know, can somebody like Hasan like use, is this jock insurance thing real? Yeah. Can somebody like Hasan use it to get more reach, to reach people he wouldn't otherwise reach? Yes, absolutely. Right. But you don't have to be like looking at it like it's this cool thing. Obviously, it's male privilege. It's just male privilege. It's a specialized type of male privilege. You know, it would be great if society were to get by that, but no, it's not. You know, I don't know. It's just, it's annoying how much the mainstream media, of which, you know, the New York Times is part of, like just misses the point in like both directions, coming and going. They miss the point.
Arms. The jocks are allowed to break the rules and not have a consequence for it, or not have consequences for it, Mr. Bridges said, adding that Mr. Piker's idea of masculinity was less rigid than more traditional versions centered on the belief that America was easier and better when everybody played the roles they were designed to play. Jordan Dean, a 19-year-old gender studies student who follows Mr. Piker, said that the part that he plays up the most is definitely that he's a bro, cisgender, heterosexual white guy. Mr. Dean, a transgender man, added, watching him be comfortable painting his nails, wearing dresses, is not revolutionary things, but he's showing that it's okay to be a cis guy and experiment with gender presentation. Gains, guns, and gay culture. Mr. Piker typically streams from a studio at his home in West Hollywood, California, a modern townhouse he shares with Kaya, his Bernese Mountain Dog mix that weighs more than 100 pounds. He can spend up to 10 hours a day recording in a studio where there are no fewer than 10 swords and shells festooned with video game art and other knickknacks. There's also a black assault rifle, which Mr. Piker was quick to know
Festooned
was fake. It's airsoft, he said. I like guns, but I would never keep one in the house. Or would I? While Rogan's podcasts typically feature interviews with guests that meander into politics, Mr. Piker often approaches the topic alone on solo streams. Although he has recorded with the likes of Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont and Representative AOC of New York, last year he streamed from the DNC. Mr. Piker disagrees with the comparisons to Rogan and has characterized what each does as being completely different. His marathon streaming sessions are fueled partly. This is one of the things that I actually said to the journalist was I ironically am the inverse Joe Rogan in the sense that sometimes what I'm doing is quite literally addressing the misinformation that Joe Rogan is spreading. Which is part of the reason why whenever people say like, oh, you're the left Joe Rogan, I'm like, I don't know about that. You know what I mean? Because a big part of what I do and a big part of the reason why a lot of journalists actually appreciate what I do is because there is so much misinformation online, contrary to what like all of the annoying liberals say about how I'm the Alex Jones of the left or whatever. If you actually were to listen to journalists, they have a very different attitude about what I do because they know that a big chunk of my work is to specifically look at misinformation online, address that misinformation, correct the record, and actually show the real news coverage on the matter. Now, of course, real journalists understand that. They see the value in that. They recognize it. But drama slop tubers will turn around and say,
And again, Chad, I'm not trying to like say that this journalist is shit. I'm not trying to like I said, you know, the article is pretty worthless. The perspective is pretty worthless. This is not me attacking the author because I, having, you know, done some journalism, recognize that you gotta fit into certain boxes in order to even get play as a journalist, in order to get in with the right people, to, you know, get the job or to get your article published. I'm annoyed by the by the culture, I guess, of the mainstream media is what I'm trying to express. Not necessarily trying to attack this journalist. And like Hasan says, you know, sometimes journalists get things, understand things that they're not allowed to express in their articles. So
I'm, you know, spreading fake news or whatever. Who are you supposed to trust in this process? His marathon streaming sessions are fueled partly by cartons of Zyn, cans of Diet Dr. Pepper, and energy drinks. Mr. Piker, who fasts daily as a part of his fitness routine, usually consumes only coffee until around 2 p.m. when he has his first meal of precisely 1.1 pounds of roasted chicken breast with low-carb pita, meze, and sauces. He says his persona is built upon authentic interest in fitness, culture, style, and politics that he has had throughout his life. Mr. Piker was in a fraternity at Rutgers University, yes, but he also has been a lifelong gamer and anime fan. He moved to the Los Angeles area in 2013 after graduating from Rutgers and telling his parents, both college professors, that he intended to apply to law school. Instead, he got a job in ad sales at the Young Turks, a progressive news network founded by his uncle, the pundit Cenk Uygur. Mr. Piker does not deny that he is a Nepo baby, he said. A perfect society is one in which those types of advantages don't matter, he added. That I also said, that is what I am fighting for. Like this would not, So fast, scroll back up to that dirty desk pic, bro. Yeah, it's nasty, I know. Yeah. Shaky Gurga made me, which is not something that I hide, obviously, but it'll be funny when people go, oh my God, he admitted being a Nepo baby. It's like, yeah, I always do. This
Shaky Gurga. Can we post those shaky Gurgas in chat? MF Doomscroll says, I think this piece is just a slice of the overall normal liberal study in how they can cultivate a malleable Hasan clone. So they can really, what they want is their own Brett Cooper, right? Like, the way they're talking about it is so contrived, right? And look, Brett Cooper, I guess, worked, right? Brett Cooper was able to gain an audience despite, having faked all the trappings of a streamer streaming from her bedroom, right? Brett Cooper, I think her personality, took off with the, certain segment of, not necessarily the target audience, because, right, the idea of Brett Cooper was supposed to be like, let's capture that TikTok audience, let's capture that Zoomer audience, and that's the minority of Brett Cooper's audience. What she ends up capturing is the audience that looks at her as finally now we've got a Zoomer on our side. Finally now we've got like a, streamer chick of our own, right? Older right wingers like Brett Cooper for that fact. She does have some of the TikTok audience. She, her content does pop on TikTok to a certain extent, right? But yeah, I mean, like, this is what I'm talking about. It's like, I feel like this is what the left wastes its time on while the right wing is on to the next meta. And you can't be fighting yesterday's battle. Look at how much the mainstream, left media is trying to, fight the battles of 2024 when it is now 2025, and it is soon to be 2026, and the right wing is going to be on to something else. It's a way to understand masculinity and sociology. They're making. I'm not complaining about sociology. I guess I'm complaining about its use by this New York Times article. I guess, right? I'm not saying that sociology was. I'm not trying to, attack the field or anything like that. Dragon fruit has great PR. The name is exciting. The look is alluring, but white dragon fruit is tasteless. That's true. Purple one is fine. It's overhyped. I mean, look, I just had it because it grows where I live, right? You can substitute your own fruit if you want. But yeah, I ended up just having fruit because it was easier. That's the point.
By 2016, he was regularly appearing in videos on the Young Turks social media accounts. He started streaming on Twitch 2 years later. Fashion, he said, is something he has loved since he was too big. He was a too big teen growing up in Turkey, where he inhaled American culture through TV shows like The Boondocks. Mr. Piker, who is straight, is aware that wearing pearls and painting his nails can suggest otherwise, inviting attention from gay men. Last year, when a gay content creator asked Mr. Piker if he was an ally in an interview at a Pride event in Los Angeles, he jokingly said no, then playfully added, "I'm a foe." Mr. Piker then spanked the interviewer, who was wearing an American flag Speedo swimsuit, in front of a bus emblazoned with a logo for Grindr, the gay dating app. Of his image, he said, "I don't feel the need to present myself in any way that I am not."
Ooh, that might have been a little backhanded implication that Hassan's doing gay bait. Does that sound like that? I can't tell. Freedom 90 Remix says it seems all around pretty shallow, probably to fill a word count after they removed all the political stuff. Yeah, and like he said, they were not going to, they did the research, or they did the interview for this article a long time ago. They're only now getting to like, you know, put it out, and they found a way to package it essentially, right? You know, they got the article was done, the interview was done, and at the same time, there's like just a glut of Hassan articles that have pretty much the same angle that they're planning to use. So New York Times, you know, takes it back, retools it, tries to think of a different way to repackage it, and it finally comes out now. Oh, we're talking about juice versus fruit now. Yeah, juice has no fiber. Dragon fruit got all them fiber and seeds to clean you out. I mean, like, look, there are people that you know need to avoid eating small seeds. They have certain GI pathologies, but yeah, it's good stuff.
Always unfiltered, sometimes extreme. Here we go.
But yeah, it's not magic, and you know,
have a little bit of
the best fruit for you is the one that you can get your hands on.
Sauce in there, you know what I mean? You have to have a little bit. It can't all be glaze and praise, you know? It's the New York Times after all. So let's take a look. Now it gets juicy.
But did anybody else catch that? Right? Like the way that that was written, right, is, you know, portraying Hasan as, you know, kind of playing into you know, the interest from his gay audience, and then in a way that might be grokked as gay baiting. Now, I'm not saying that Hasan does gay baiting. I don't think he does. It's just like the way that it's written, it kind of sounds like that's what they're saying. And then at the end of it, of his image, he says, "I don't feel the need to present myself as in any way that I'm not." But like right before that, we're talking about him spanking you know, a gay content creator, asking him if he's an ally, and him saying that he's not, he's a foe. And then he spanks the guy who's wearing an American flag Speedo swimsuit. And then he's like, "I don't feel the need to present myself as any way that I'm not," right? The underlying implication being that he kind of is doing that by you know, spanking a gay content creator that he's interacting with. I don't know. I can't tell. I can't tell if that's shade or not.
I need to present myself in any way that I am not. Always unfiltered, sometimes extreme. Here we go. You have to have a little bit of sauce in there. You know what I mean? You have to have a little bit. It can't all be glaze and praise. You know, it's the New York Times after all. So let's take a look. Now,
But the article by the New York Times was good, says general public. Yeah, it looks positive towards Hasan, that's for sure.
it gets juicy.
I just think it's kind of shallow.
Mr. Piker
But yeah, no, is it good that he's getting like mainstream attention? Yeah, absolutely. And you know, he's on the front page of the New York Times with that article, so you know, good for him. I just, you know, like as far as the tone of the article and the kind of you know, culture that it comes from, the voice that it's written with, these are the things that are grinding my gears, if you will, not the positive or negativity of the tone.
Similarly unfiltered with his viewpoints. Some can be extreme. This is the part that I wanted to mention, as far as like, this is the editorial control kicking in the conversation to present it in a balanced fashion. I don't even think this is like off base, by the way. There's only one part of this entire article that I, you know, understand why the New York Times editorial board takes these sorts of decisions on, that I obviously disagree with. But overall, I think this is pretty on the level, right? A vocal critic of U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East, Mr. Piker has been labeled anti-American by people across the political spectrum for saying the country deserved the September 11 attacks. His recent accusations that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza and his diatribes against the Zionist movement have led many supporters of Israel, including liberals like Representative Richie Torres of New York, to call Mr. Piker anti-Semitic. Did you catch the part that I don't think is... This was, and I know, led many supporters of Israel, including liberals, saying the country deserved the September 11 attacks. His recent accusations that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza and his diatribes against the Zionist movement have led many...
I love how they put genocide in quotes.
Supporters of Israel, including liberals like Representative Richie Torres of New York, to call Mr. Piker anti-Semitic. Did you catch the part that I don't think is... This was, and I know for a fact, so there's a full quote from me that Jack got, and I was actually very interested to see how this quote would make its way into the article, and I'm willing to bet that there was probably a lot of back and forth, and it most likely went all the way up the editor chain until they finally arrived at this version as an appropriate way to put in print. Like, because I straight up, you know me, it's not like I, hold back. Do you remember your full quote? My full quote was something along the lines of like, Israel is an apartheid state that is committing a genocide. Something things that I say all the time, things that are the truth. And this is not just my assessment. This is the assessment of international organs of justice, like all this stuff, right? But what's important here is that the New York Times is, they're going to put that in there because that's my opinion. And this is a profile on me, obviously, like, and it's a part of who I am. But it's interesting that like televised baby Holocaust. Now, I'm not going to give a quote to the New York Times where I say this is a live streamed child Holocaust. Like there's a difference, right? Yeah. Ali Abunima also had this to say. In this generally flattering profile, New York Times labels Hassan the Hun extreme for calling Israel's genocide of Palestinians what it is. Note the quotation marks, which this poisonous propaganda rag uses to try to mainstream genocide denial. So that was the two parts in this that I found to be interesting. What I mean is, and this is not like up to the journalist, like 100%. This is not like the journalist himself is not making this decision. Okay.
So what Hassan is talking about is that like the journalist hangs out with Hassan for leg day, like he said, interviews Hassan, gets his quotes and everything, goes in and writes the article, submits the article, and maybe immediately get some feedback, right? I don't think you were critical enough when it comes to the things he said about Israel. Rewrite it for me, please, right? Or even sometimes the editorial, will say, we are rewriting this, we are changing this, right? And if you'd like your article to be published in NYT, then you're gonna have to accept this because it's not going in any other way, right? Or maybe after they held off on the article, maybe this was part of the reworking and refocusing, right? So that's what he means by that he's not blaming the author for this part, because it's hard to tell what the author's intent was and what was, the editorial hand forcing the author to, change something.
Straight up. This is, as I've said before, there's always a disparity between the newsrooms and the teams and the editorial team in most publications, and this is a classic example of that. It says encoding in process, new gooch boofing for the settlers, Daco. Please react this on only 4 minutes. Can you please stop spamming my Chinese heart AI cover? I'm not going to react to it right now in the midst of me reading this New York Times article. So that's the thing. It's not my accusations that Israel is committing a genocide in air quotes. And I think that right there is the New York Times is like seasoning where they're like, this is fit to print. Like this is his real genuine belief, but we can't put it in there. And his diatribes against the Zionist movement have led many supporters. And by the way, to be fair, like they were much lighter on me than I thought they would.
So the quote of genocide is coming from, this is part of what Hassan actually said. What they're doing there, chat, is they're summarizing a quote from Hassan. He doesn't remember the exact quote, but, he remembers like the dent of it, which is, Israel's committing a genocide, et cetera, right? And the way that it shows up in the article, rather than being a quote of, here's exactly what Hassan says, which the New York Times editorial or the editors of this writer, obviously would not accept, right? It's, it's summarized with only the word genocide, which is a word that he used, left in quotes, right?
Would be, because I was definitely a little worried.
So it's almost like they're filtering their audience. They're filtering what Hassan really said from their audience, which I don't think was anything that extreme.
When doing this initially, because, you know, the New York Times is, and this has nothing to do with like the actual journalists that work there, right? But the New York Times broadly is, them and the BBC are pretty awful on the issue of Israel. I find anti-Semitism to be completely unacceptable, Mr. Piker said on a call in April. I find the conflation of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism to be very dangerous, he added. I talked more on this as well, aside from this. His video streams are peppered with expletives, vulgarities, and other language that many have disavowed in the name of political correctness. He blocks commenters for what he sees as overt hate speech, but not for speaking critically when they challenge his views on topics like transgender rights or the war in Gaza. Some have accused him of sharing misinformation on streams, but Mr. Piker says his aim is to provide factual information along with his own views. John Favreau, a founder of the center-left podcast Pod Save America and his liberal parent company Crooked Media, said Mr. Piker's willingness to engage...
Chat, I feel like if I ever made a media company, it would be called Crooked Media. I just don't know if anybody would get the joke, right? It would be a playoff of Crooked Media, except it'd be cooked, like cooked, right? It's cooked, right? Shit's cooked. We're cooked, right? It would be Crooked. I don't know, Chad. It probably the joke wouldn't come across to anybody but me.
With viewpoints outside his own was another trait that might appeal to young men who had swung towards the right. He wants to reach those people too, Mr. Favreau said. But the way Mr. Piker presents himself could work against him, said Reese Peck, a professor of media culture at the College of Staten Island and the author of Fox Populism, Branding Conservatism as Working Class. He's more events in Soho than he is Eastern Kentucky. As Mr. Peck put it, that bicoastal stylish hip masculinity has its limitations to appeal to a broad array of young men, especially working class young men. Now, what I find really funny is I don't really go to any events at all, let alone events in Soho, but I get what he's trying to say. Like he's saying I'm a hoity-toity bicoastal elitist, which is true. And it's not something that I hide, right? Ironically enough, it's not something that I hide at all. I like what I like, and I don't like what I don't like, and I'm very vocal about it. I always see that as being honest. The irony, of course, is that none of these guys that actually appeal to a lot of the people that live in Eastern Kentucky are in any way, shape, or form from that background anyway, right? And there's plenty of people from Eastern Kentucky, ironically enough, in this community, as a matter of fact. So that's what's really interesting about it, because like it's not like Theo Vaughn. Yeah, Theo Vaughn has that background for sure, Louisiana boy, right? But nowadays, it's not like he's mucking it up and going in the swamp and wrestling gators, right? He's a super famous Hollywood celebrity. You see what I'm saying? And the same goes for Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is an incredibly wealthy person, right? Andrew Schultz and that entire podcast is filmed directly out of the
I'd have to write it in the Crooked font. Do you mean like Crooked Media has a certain font, or are you saying like a crooked font? Okay. It makes you happy, but you're right. It went over my head. Yeah. No, that's not how you brand. You don't be like one step too like clever in your branding, one step too cute.
What is the fucking place?
You try to avoid that.
The hotel I stayed at as well. It's like the coolest place in New York, or was the coolest place in New York for a little bit. Dime Square. Thank you. So none of these guys are actually, directly broadcasting. None of these guys are directly broadcasting from what do you call it? Eastern Kentucky. Oh, you stayed at 9 Orchard, bro? Yeah, I did. Okay. That bicoastal stylish hit.
What is Dime Square? Like, I'm trying to understand like the significance of Dime Square, right? So you had like a hipster sort of movement of like the areas of town in New York City that were gentrified. There were, gentrification is a whole ass process. First you get like the starving artists that move in, and then, you get the people that are like the trendsetters and that want to live in the cool new neighborhood. And eventually it gets taken over by tech bros. That's how you know a trendy neighborhood is dead. And that's the end stage of gentrification, when the tech bros move in and it becomes unaffordable. But, there was a lot of neighborhoods like, that you would hear about, like Wilmington, parts of New York City, Wilmington, Bushwick. What is the one that is like escaping my mind right now? I can't remember, but is like the Dime Square thing, is this like just like there's hipster neighborhoods peppered around New York City, and then at this point they kind of congeal into this, very, kind of late stage gentrification, like that, just like they congeal into Times Square. I'm trying to understand.
Hip masculinity has a limitation to appeal to a broad array of young men, especially working class young men. This part I actually disagree with, because this also, if I were to present myself as something I'm not, then it would be inauthentic. It would also go against like my whole appeal. What you see is what you get. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, there's motherfuckers in the Midwest that like anime too. That's it. I'm not going to flip as an Eastern Kentuckian myself. You get along with us more than others. My Eastern KY peeps, yeah, that's what I mean. Like Trillbillies is a podcast of Eastern Kentuckians who are straight up in Kentucky, right? But I would suspect that, and I love those boys, they're fantastic, right? But I would suspect that, someone like Joe Rogan or Andrew Schultz probably is more prominent in the content consumption of like average Joes that are linemen or work in construction in places like that, right? Like those guys are certainly not more real Appalachians than the Trillbillies boys, right? They're from the heart of Appalachia.
All right, we're reaching the end here, chat.
So my point is, the working class and their consumption doesn't necessarily, the working class and their consumption is not looking for like optics, and that is not who I am anyway.
And as much as I'd like to hang out a little late tonight, it's not looking good on the bonus gold.
It would be inauthentic if I were to present myself as like, wearing cowboy boots and working a field type. That's what a lot of Republicans do. That's like what Ted Cruz does, Yale graduate, puts on the snakeskin, acts like he's a real salt of the earth kind of guy, flies off to Cancun when his state is collapsing. Clancy Campbell, a 20-year-old fan of Mr. Piker who's studying to become an esthetician, said the difference between Mr. Piker and his right-leaning counterparts could be boiled down to the amount of care and where you put it. With the right-wing media and stuff, they care almost too much about issues that don't matter, he said. With Hasan, it's like he cares, but in the right places. Alec Flynn, a 28-year-old comedian in Los Angeles whose material draws from his life as a straight man, said he did not religiously follow Mr. Piker, but he understood the appeal of Mr. Piker's brand of masculinity. The more authentically yourself you are, the more effective you will be, said Mr. Flynn, who was also in a college.
Oh, wait. So I was asking earlier, who is Mr. Flynn? This was the tweet that made Ethan flip out, right? This is where Ethan was like, college fraternity bros, aka the guys that kill each other in hazing and sexually, I don't know. It's just like
frat bros. And that's where the article ends.
There we go.
Most of the coworkers are not fans of the coastal urban cities because of their more liberal social views, but they are pretty leftist either way with their economic opinions. Yeah. My point is, there isn't really anyone that actually authentically from, Ohio or whatever that then turns around and makes a podcast. Like, there are some people who I think fit that prototype even better than others. Like, I'd say Shane Gillis and his background. Like, he's now super famous, but I think the reason why he has like broad appeal is because he's just funny. Like, that's it. People only care about that. People care about your output. People care about your likability. People don't necessarily care whether or not you are really from, this background, really from this area or whatever, right? Hank Pecker is the only red-blooded American who's appealed to coal miners, brother. Yeah. I understand the bro framing, but speaking in terms of the cisgender white male that is a huge NFL fan and also a metalhead, the appeal from my perspective was not the culture you consume. No. I think that this scratches the surface of what I do, and I think it's the juxtaposition of like what I look like and how I carry myself as opposed to what I say, right? And I think that is the package in and of itself that plays a role in why I find success. I think one of the best parts of the article is the jock insurance thing, which is, I've never thought about it like that. Like I never knew that that's what it was called, but it's something that I've talked about quite a bit, which is that it's something that I even bring up when I'm talking about like the Andrew Tates of the world, right? It's like people that look like me, people that talk like me, the expectation is I'm supposed to be this like MAGA right-wing guy. I'm supposed to have this machismo, and the only way to showcase my machismo and bravado is by constantly dunking on vulnerable.
No, it's just privilege, Hassan. Look, here's the deal. You got like, we talk about things like misogynoir or even trans misogynoir, right? That is the intersectionality, the intersection of vectors of oppression, right? You also have the intersection of vectors of privilege, right? What's one of those privileges? Male privilege, all right? What's another privilege? Like, handsome privilege, right? You're good looking or you're fit, right? You got all these like, vectors of privilege. And when you exist at the fucking center of that, you get a lot of wiggle room. You get to play. The stakes are lower. You're punished less for things that you do that are perceived as wrong, and you're able to push the envelope a little bit more, right? All right. So what is the effect of that? Well, people at these, at this intersection of privilege, get to influence society at a higher level, right? They're able to effectively move society more efficiently with less blowback. All right. Now, when the guy at that center, at that intersection is Hasan, that's a good thing, obviously. But most guys at that intersection of privilege are not like Hasan. Do you see why society is the way it is? Right. It's really clear right here. Right? This is why society is the way that it is, right? Is that these guys, by virtue of their identity, have more control over the culture, right? And they still bitch about like, oh God, we gotta have another black, like we're gonna change another role of a movie and a remake to being a black, the actor is just going to be black this time, or it's the same people that complain that they have no control over the culture, that they're locked out, that they're judged because of their identity, that really have the most leeway, I guess you'd say. And does that make them bad? No. Like, here's Hasan. He's an example of a person who experiences all these forms of privilege and is doing good things with them, right? Doesn't make you a bad person, but it does make life easier, right? And conversely, you can imagine somebody that is at the intersection of oppression makes my life much harder, right? I mean, ironically enough, for all that we've bemoaned wokeness and intersectionality and all this stuff, this is a great example of it. And you can see that with the New York Times, they're kind of they're very fickle regard of this sort of thing, right? If it was a few years ago and they're talking about, male privilege, they're going to talk about it as if being a man makes somebody a bad person. Experiencing this privilege makes them a bad person, which isn't true, right? That's not what intersectionality is trying to claim. That's not the point. Right, but they're going to say it that way, and now when the winds have changed, they're like, oh no, look at this privilege that he's got. That's kind of cool. That kind of makes him a cool guy. Look at how he's got like almost as if he's like earned it or something. That's not true either. It's just privilege. It's just not just privilege, but the confluence of several privileges, and it's not. It's bad that people have to suffer on one end and get it way too easy on the other end, but it doesn't mean that everybody over here is bad and everybody over here is good, right? People miss the point of intersectionality, and that's what I said about earlier about that, like these New York Times, writer type, dudes. They're missing the point on the way in and they're missing the point on the way out, and it's just so frustrating that nobody will actually deal with intersectionality for what it really is. Rather, they deal with their own misinterpretation of it. Anyway, chat, I don't want to be misinterpreted when I say it's been a really good stream, and I'm very thankful to the mods that hung out here and kept us safe and managed the chat. That I appreciate very much. I appreciate also my Patreon so much that I must shout them out twice every stream. So I've done it one time. Let me do it the second time. We missed a few shout outs out of Patreon because I did not have access to my login for it. So I wasn't able to read those. So let me read them extra hard this time. Shouts out to Oral Solipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shaxbier. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noib. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Jessica Bell. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good For Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. I will be back tomorrow. I'll try to be on time. I am so sorry for being so late today. Thank you for putting up with my getting my shit together while I'm moving in and figuring things out. I'll try to have a meal prepared for myself so I'll be able to get going really early in the morning, because morning is the time that I have to stream when most of you in America and elsewhere will be awake. So good as always to hang out. Much love to everybody. And yeah, I will see you once again tomorrow. We'll try to do some kind of subathon. If I can put it together to be able to do a YouTube and Twitch subathon where anything on YouTube makes the stream go longer and anything on Twitch makes the stream go longer, I'll do that. I'm not sure if there's a tool that will let me do that. If we can't do it, then we'll do separate events on separate platforms. But looking to do more with Twitch in the near future, and looking to do more in general. You're going to see videos come out. I'm going to have more time. I'm finally planted on firmly in my apartment, and I will not have to direct as much time to other things as I have been in the past. So look forward to that. With that, chat, I bid you a good night, which it is for most of you, or good whatever it is in your time zone, and I will see you once again tomorrow. General public intersectionality is all about supporting other people regardless of their status in any marginalized group or not. Yeah, it's not like Ben Shapiro tries to play it off like it is a reversed hierarchy. That's all we're doing. We're taking the pyramid, we're flipping it. And now you're bad for being a white male, straight, cis, whatever. And that's not the point. That's not the fucking point. And if you're believing that that's the point, right? You're doing a Ben Shapiro. You've been psyoped, you've been brainwormed by Ben Shapiro, and you should take that brainworm and you should pluck it out and you should feed it to RFK, because he'll probably eat it anyway. He needs more brainworms. And anyway, chat, good night. See you again tomorrow. I'll be on much earlier. All right. I will do my best to get on early.